Okay, I'm having fun with the $100 that I spent on this.
Oh no, I totally understand.
All right, here we go. It's starting up.
Someone
Finally.
accidentally bought me Pro.
Pro's nice, so.
All
I was
right,
like,
we are
We'll
good.
laugh.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Welcome yet again to another amazing episode of the Megaverse. Okay, and last time, oh my gosh, it seems like it's been forever, more than 2 weeks. What happened last time? Oh yeah, you guys got chewed out by Jason.
Yeah.
And we had some great role-playing scenes with Dan hating on the Prozacs. You guys solved a crime from a very stupid criminal, by the way, who decided to out himself. And you guys also passed your deputy test.
Don't forget that I'm in the hospital.
Oh, yes, you had the acid put into your blood.
Yeah.
It has acid blood. If it bleeds, we
Well-
can get. Wait, wrong series.
Yeah.
Most
Through the pores,
incompetent doctors ever.
Yeah, when you have a dragon come up and say he has Bernie stuff in his blood, and they look at him and go, "Huh?" Like, no, I just used it. Okay, but anyway.
Okay, then we'll say that if Dan's been released. You guys also have your meeting with hold on, I have to look at notes. Was it Lieutenant Commander Rodriguez?
Rodriguez of the Star Topper? No.
Star
Trot or something,
Trot.
I believe.
Star Trot,
Star
like
Trot, yes.
some number. You have that coming up?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Chauncy has a meeting with the United Worlds of Warlock people.
Yes, and that is tomorrow when they come in.
We're just so busy.
Dan would go, or has he mentioned it?
Has Chauncy mentioned the meeting with the United Worlds of Warlock people? I think is what.
yeah,
is that
I brought it up to Parinath because he mentioned when I talked about the blood. You mentioned you still had, and I was like, "Hey, a great smith's coming by."
Yay.
That wouldn't be mentioned to me though.
You'd probably be somewhere in the vicinity of the conversation, so you could have overheard it.
Okay. Dan would want to come along.
Okay.
He'd say, so we're going to the officer?
Yes, are you guys going to the officer? Or do you guys want to do more stuff?
Parinath would, if we're going to go there, Parinath would probably not be interested in going there. He will probably stay at, he'll probably stay back at, Teldon's house.
Well, quite obviously, Teldon will be going, along, no doubt, with Jason to get a little professional help.
Dan would probably not, given his recent situation, he's going to want to rest at least a little bit.
I think this whole group needs a little help, but that's beside the point.
No, I just don't think he's in any position to really do work.
Chauncy's not going.
Oh, well, geez.
He
I
is
just said
furiously
because,
scribbling.
God.
Okay, so basically Jason and Teldon are the only ones going then.
Well,
Have fun storming the castle.
Have fun storming the castle. Okay.
I'll do everyone else first, what they're doing, and then we'll get back to Teldon and Jason.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to have to make you wait.
Okay. I'll be in my trailer. Anyway.
Okay, the rest of you, are you doing anything special?
Dan would probably mention to Teldon, please apologize that I'm not able to attend, but I don't feel I'm in the best situation right now. I'm not feeling quite myself. So, yeah.
Certainly hope you're feeling better shortly. We have a lot of work to do.
I hope so too. Have you ever lost a limb?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have.
Then you can probably understand this. I am entirely at the moment cut off from my magic and my psionics. I have nothing at the moment. I have lost an entire sense of myself, and it has thrown me quite a bit off kilter. I need time to recover from that. And with that, he'll leave it.
Okay.
Parinath will follow behind, kind of making sure that he doesn't fall over or anything like that.
And he does seem rather unstable. He's not walking right, if that makes any sense.
So you're kind of limping your way back or walking like you're drunk.
Moving cautiously without a sure foot.
Okay. And where's our Ludicrous Mage?
He's already at Teldon's house, scribbling on paper furiously.
Okay, there is a knock at the door.
Teldon's house, who is it?
We're looking for a Mr. Chauncy. We went to
One
his
moment.
house, but all right.
And I assume there's some sort of camera or something.
Yeah, Teldon does have cameras.
Find a security around.
Just, I look at the camera. Who is?
It is a man dressed in a Joker outfit, very bright and colorful, and he seems to be carrying some kind of scroll.
Well, Chauncy will go answer the door with a black water balloon in one hand. That hand being hidden.
Good day, sir. I have a letter for this Chauncy. Is he home? And he tries to look him past
Hi,
you.
Chauncy.
And he kind of jumps back and looks at you. Oh, you're Chauncy. You're here. And he does kind of flourishing bow and gives you the scroll.
I take the scroll.
You see it has the seal of Baron Victor Schultz.
Chauncy will read it.
Okay, you open it inside and you see it's a letter. And it reads, I hope this letter finds you well. I couldn't help but notice a change of address. Sadly, I have changed estates. There was a bothersome ship gnawing at the turrets of my estate. I was forced to flee. I have now moved estates to this little planet called Dirt. The inhabitants are quite strange, walking skeletons. I believe they worship some skeleton god named Prozac. They have the most particular habit of trying to blow me up. I got poor Charles last week. We must come and visit right away. I have some very exciting news.
I assume there's an enclosed teleportation scroll?
Yes, there is enough for, we'll open up a rift to this place.
Oh my.
Oh.
Oh my. Well, guess I'll wait till everyone else gets home. And Chauncy will go back to scribbling. I have to be right back.
Okay, and Parinath and Dan, you get there right as this jester is walking away.
Parinath will look over at the jester. Huh. I guess that must have been a guess for Chauncy.
Must be.
Here, let me help you. Let me help you up onto the curb. Come on, here we go. Up the steps to the
Thanks.
door.
Thank you, man. As he winces, going up. And he goes to the door, I guess, and he goes to the nearest chair or couch and sits down hard.
Assuming we have, like a key or something.
Rose would let you in.
Okay.
Even though she's letting Chauncy, get the door, even though she's home. I guess she's too into her stuff in the basement.
Well, probably. I could imagine, like, she takes a look to see who it is, sees the jester outfit, and she's like, nope, not dealing with it.
Nope.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Oh, thank you, Rose. And Parinath will help guide Dan to the chair.
Yeah, and Dan will. Yeah, thank you very much. And as soon as he gets into the chairs, yeah, I'm sorry to be an inconvenience, and I figure I should explain myself in regards to the testament.
That would be nice. It did kind of take me by surprise, suddenly finding out I had your life in my hands.
Yeah, I was meaning to tell you about that within the next day or so. Didn't happen. That is quite clear now. Yeah. It may sound strange and somewhat elitist, maybe. I don't know, but I hope you understand. Us creatures of magic tend to function in a different way than most beings. And there's a certain way of thinking, a certain way of being that tends to exist for people, for creatures such as ourselves, and that those who are not simply won't understand. And it's not a matter of better or worse; it's a matter of different. And I figured that you would best understand my situation and what could be done in a medical situation best, seeing as I am closest to you in function. And I must say, I honestly, probably relate to you better than most. I've never been particularly good at relating to people. Talking to people, yes. Relating to people, not so much. And in any event, thank you.
No, well, it's no problem. I'm just, sorry you kind of have to go through this. It seems like it sucks. I heard Chauncy say that word. I think it means bad.
Yeah,
It is a
it's
multitude of
Earth's.
meanings. That is a meaning. It could also be, well, vacuum.
Like the stuff, yes.
The thing it does. That also sucks.
Yes, it's an Earth slang.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Perhaps when this is done, I could go take the space gates back to Earth and introduce you
No need.
to your parents.
You're going to Earth whether or not you want to soon.
Wait, what?
What do you mean?
I've got a close friend who's currently stuck there, and he sent me a letter, and enclosed was a scroll for open a rift.
Okay, where is he exactly? There are a
Earth.
couple. Yes, but where? Because there are some permanent rifts on Earth that he could basically walk through that are relatively well known to people here on Center at the very least.
I don't know, but he just said he was there. Talked
Oh.
about some skeleton people threatening to destroy him or something. Well, the skeleton war started there, so
skeleton people, and then he's just gonna face palm and go, no. He means the coalition.
yeah, those guys. Now I
Yeah,
remember.
those guys.
Oh, the people with the unhealthy obsession with skulls. Got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those guys. Those nerds.
Do you remember the ship? The rivets were skulls, too. I would think that
Well,
would just add so much time onto the production.
Not
They
really.
think-
If you, it would just take the same time to mold it, but yeah.
They think it's intimidating, and somehow they manage to use it in just about anything and everything they officially produce. Frankly, as I understand it, their soldiers make fun of it as much as everyone else because it's ridiculous, but it's official mandate, and yeah, it's like being issued a bizarre weapon and saying, "This is your standard issue. Don't make fun of it." The
Yeah, we're
guy-
gonna go. We're gonna go save my
Yeah.
friend from the coalition.
Well, okay.
Yeah, Teldon's also coming, and it's also still not his choice.
The bastards would kill their own soldiers.
I'll take your word for it, but I'm going back to doing what I'm doing.
And I will sleep. As he sort of closes his eyes and sort of quickly drifts off within a minute or two.
Parinath will shrug and go into the backyard and just kind of lounge out there.
Lizeth is there.
Oh, Lizzie! Hey, hi. How are you?
She is currently looking over at Chauncy's house at the construction that's going on. What are those weird machines there?
Weird machine. I don't know. Let me see. And Parinath will look.
And she points over and there's like 2 cranes.
Oh, I think those are they use those for building. Cranes. They use them to lift heavy objects.
Why don't they use spaceships? It would be so much more efficient here.
I don't know. That is kind of weird.
And just a spaceship crashing through one of the floors in the center.
Oh, hi, Chauncy.
No, Chauncy didn't say that. Chauncey's inside.
Did you hear that voice?
Yeah, I know. It's weird. Huh. Maybe one. Anyway, how are you? You okay? How are you doing? Everything all right?
It's good. I found this fascinating book.
Oh, cool. What is it about?
And she pulls out this book it's a huge tome. And it says, The Life of Grass.
Parinath will blink a couple times. Oh, interesting. I haven't read anything. I haven't read any horticulture in a while.
Yes, it's quite fascinating. Here, if you look at the different soils, it comes all kinds of different grass can grow.
Parinath will nod, and actually, he is actually interested in this because book.
And she pulls it out and starts pointing to certain pages and stuff. And like to anyone else, this would be the most boring thing ever.
To anyone else, it would be the most boring thing ever. But book.
Yeah.
Yeah, Parinath will genuinely be enthused in this. Like, oh wow, blue crabgrass. Ooh, neat.
They don't grow that here.
Wonder why? Maybe it's because it's made of crabs. Maybe is that why it's called crabgrass?
I don't know. I thought they took a bunch of crabs and killed them, but this says differently.
Huh. Then why do they call it crabgrass? Do crabs like to eat it?
I don't know. I haven't gotten there yet. That's on page 1010.
Oh, okay.
And this will go on while I go over to Teldon. Teldon, you're with Jason?
Yes.
And you're at the entrance of the CCW building?
Really? Okay.
Yes.
CCW Coalition Naval Forces
Consortium of
Consortium Naval Forces.
Consortium Armed Forces, I think is CAF.
Yeah.
Well, shall we?
Certainly. I don't think they're too impressed with us.
He puts out the cigarette he was smoking and walks in. By the
Okay.
way, Teldon, you're starting to smell like cigarettes.
What?
But you walk in, and you are greeted actually by a tall, muscular man with short cropped hair and a clean shaven face.
Mm-hmm.
Good day, good day. How may I help you?
Yes. My name is Teldon Beckenridge. I have a meeting, I believe, with a Lieutenant Commander Rodriguez of the Star Hop.
I don't see.
Star Trot.
Oh, yes, I see you have. He has you booked here. You're a little late.
But 1,000 apologies. 1,000 apologies. We were somewhat detained.
Yes, he says, yes, you're to meet him in the war room.
Wardroom, how appropriate.
Yes, if you go down the hall, it's the first room to your right.
Right. And just so you know, I have my computer with all the plans and whatnot on it. It's all secured and shielded.
Okay. Well, you walk into a room, and there is Lieutenant Commander Rodriguez. He is a short man of Hispanic origins.
Mm-hmm.
And he is currently looking at something on a computer.
Okay, so is it an office type situation? Is it
You're in a war room.
a big flat pool table there with all
Yep.
the plotting grids and a bunch of aides
Yep.
running around doing the
Yep.
Sector 23, quadrant 57. Yeah.
There is
Okay.
currently the table, though, as you don't see anything on it. Seems completely blank. There's a
Of
few
course they
people
would.
running it in.
Of course, they would have wiped it.
And he looks up at you. I don't think I got your name. What was it?
Teldon Breckenridge and Mr. Prosek here of the Cosmo, merchant ship Cosmo.
Yes, of the prototype ship.
The prototype vessel that you encountered recently after a brief incursion, skirmish. We didn't get the name of the ship, did we? That we were trying to save.
Yes. Please have a seat.
Certainly, and a pleasure to meet you face to face.
And the rest of your crew?
The rest of the crew have other engagements. However, I will certainly be passing along whatever recommendations you may have to us.
Well, as you know, our sniffers were to follow the portal that was opened.
Yeah. So will you be able to track the Bone Scout?
Yes, we were. It led us right to the nest.
Interesting. I keep, as this is going on, I sense a briefing's coming up, so I'm just going to keep an eye out on Jason there, see how he's
He's just sitting back right now. He seems to be fiddling with something in his pocket, but other than that,
I'm just going to keep an eye on him as this progresses, but carry on.
I say nest in, well, we're in trouble here.
Yes. Well, if I may be so curious, what have you discovered?
Well, he does a few things on the computer and a whole map pops up.
I start looking for familiar landmarks and
The
like
map
you do.
of the 3 galaxies.
Okay, there.
And he points to a sector over here.
I see. Out there. Out by that rift there. This is very near, yes.
Yes, they seem to be traveling slower than normal, I would say, from the size of them. From our scout report, we spotted 1 demon planet, 5 frigates, 40 scouts, 20 fighters, 3 drop ships, 4 barges, 1 carrier, and 3 demon stars. Now, there have been reports before about demon stars making an appearance, and it usually takes all of Center to bring one down.
In 1,000 years in the past, yes.
Yes, but their technology is unknown to us. Perhaps you'd be willing to analyze it. I heard you're quite the scientist with it.
Well, we do have some experience with them, and I do know a thing or two about technology.
I don't know.
So yes, I'd be delighted to take a look at it. I'm just glad that we're finally getting some official information
Now,
and assistance.
I contacted headquarters to send reinforcements.
One should hope, yes.
They'll be here in a week.
Not a lot of time for
No,
organization.
I think we should go and have a full offensive against them.
Strike them.
Yes, it's my belief that we could, well, get rid of this demon planet. The rest will flee to where they belong. But the demon planet, and he changes the picture to show his little picture of the demon planet he has there, a planet that's large and looks to be made of bone. None of us has been able to get close enough. But if you see there, any points, there seems to be a fortress.
Intriguing. I am picturing something like an aerial shot that keeps on zooming in, like
Yeah.
Spy satellite. Intriguing. That almost seems like habitation. Like there's beings down there.
There are, just like we have our own immune system, it has one as well with creatures that
So it
protect
too
it.
has its own microecology, just like the bacteria on your own skin.
But we believe this fortress here, it holds the hearts of this planet. And if we could find an elite team to go and take out the hearts, we could take it out.
Well, I'm sure you'll find just the right bunch of suckers for that.
Well, we need a ship fast enough.
Why are you
And
looking at me?
yes, your ship seems to be the only ship fast enough to slip in through their defenses.
Quite. Look over at Jason.
Jason is totally wide and he's gripping the armchair, the arms of his chair, and gritting his teeth.
So to be sure, you do not believe that any of these ships in your arsenal can even damage that thing?
Look, and he pulls up a video, and the video is of one of the ships getting near, and these tentacles come out and grab at the ship and crush it.
Oh, what class of...
Well, that was our fastest ship.
What class of ship will be...
That was our scouting ship.
Process...
You're cutting in and out, by the way.
Oh, okay. I shall have to... I asked, what class of ship was that?
It's one of our elite scouting ships.
Elite Scouts. So, but just trying to get a picture of the scale that was going on. Well, I'll have to speak to my colleagues about this, of course.
You'll be compensated and awarded for your efforts if you survive.
You had to throw that in there, didn't you? Well, we'll have to discuss this, and of course, I'll need to do any kind of planning. We'll need full data on this. I'm sure you're only giving us the condensed version.
I can have the paperwork sent to you on that device you wear.
I lightly runs his finger over the biomonitor. Yes, quite. How long do you think before you want to launch this mission?
As soon as the reinforcements arrive.
So within a week.
Yes, so we believe that we could send them out and distract it.
Oh, a distraction force, I see. Jason, what do you think? You're far more used to the military side of things. I'm a merchant.
He clears his throat. I believe it can be done, but something seems to be missing.
Oh?
And he looks up the man at Rodriguez. How did you know there are hearts here? What if it's someplace else? What if there are no hearts?
Yes,
Okay.
where does this assumption? I mean, does it have a nervous system like a traditional body? Or?
Well, it's our belief it is. And he takes out a little small, slim book and puts it down. We found this.
Oh, a small, thin book.
And it's like fables and stuff. And in there is a fable about demon planets.
Mm-hmm.
It seems a child's tale, I know, but it's about a hero that went in and found the hearts in a fortress on a planet much like this one. He opens it up and like there's a picture of a planet on there, very skeletal-like, that has a striking resemblance to the real one.
I presume you've checked out the origins of this story?
Well, it dates back to 10,000 or so years ago.
Strange that the artwork would remain consistent. It must have been strong.
The hero in this tale, his name, and he opens it up, and you see a very familiar name on there. Someone by the name of Gary Pierce.
I'll slide an eye over to Jason.
who's looking at it very wide-eyed.
Quite. Well then.
Are we allowed to take that with us, Lieutenant,
Yeah.
sir?
I was about to ask the same question. Quite.
You may borrow it.
Well,
He slides it over to you.
quite. Pockets it into the folds of his Victorian garb. Okay, very well. We will consider your mission. Out of curiosity, what would be the compensation? Some of our members are far more mercenary than us.
Well, we're willing to pay a pension for the rest of your lives.
Pension for the rest of our lives, okay.
Full health insurance.
Okay.
And of course, if something does happen, we're willing to cover funeral expenses.
I don't think there'll be much of a need if something if you're at a funeral, but
And you'll have full command of the armed forces in the future if it's
you're
needed.
breaking up there for me. You're having you're breaking up there.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll have full command of the armed forces in the future.
Oh. Wow. Do you have a plan B in place? I mean, this is what you guys military types do. You plan things. You have plan A, plan B, is plan G.
We have a very heavily armed ship coming this way.
Mhm.
If you guys do fail, he'll unload on him.
I see. Well, hopefully we won't be on board the thing. And do you have a plan to go hunt down the rest of the fleet when they scatter?
We believe they'll take us to, well, we heard there was a very, very large demon planet.
Oh yes, quite. This is just Junior that's coming our way. This is just but I forgot about the main planet.
Yes, this will give us some good intel for that in the future.
Okay. Well, we will certainly consider it and look over things and see if we can come up with a game plan. In the meantime, we're going to need at least some advice on future engagements. We have a very green crew.
Yes, I suggest you run them through some drills so there'll be no more mistakes like last time.
Quite. Well, once again, we will consider this, and I know you're very busy. Stands, turns his hat to his head. Thank you once again for seeing us, and thank you for coming to our assistance out there.
It is no problem. And get back to me as soon as possible with your answer.
Certainly. And we say our goodbyes and leave.
Okay, and Jason follows you. He is completely white. Do you really think we could get on that planet?
I've heard tell of this of a planet jungle world. It's called Crescent, and they have these great big flying things that will land on the jungle dwellers. Huge, huge herbivores. Now, the herbivores are very good at keeping the big flying things away. But they also have little tiny flies, that bloodsuckers that can get in no trouble at all and can collect a meal. I wonder if it isn't something like that.
I
If
suppose
we're
we'll
fast
find out.
enough and quick enough, and if they make enough of a noise, well, you're the tactics expert. I just know how to trade and things and fix things.
It seems plausible. Perhaps we should start running some exercises actually now.
I would tend to agree.
Call your crew together. Meet me at Cosmo.
Very well. Very well.
He leaves.
Okay. Watching him for a few minutes. I'll be right along. Actually, I'll go with him. I'll start making the calls en route.
Okay, Parinath, Chauncy, and Dan, you all get, there's beeping going on from computers and stuff in the house. Your personal radios are going off with an emergency alert.
Oh, what? All the noise, what? Oh, an alert. I don't know how to, how do you turn it off?
Beep,
How do you,
beep, beep, beep,
Chauncy!
beep, beep,
Eh?
beep,
Chauncy,
Oh, what's
the
that
thing.
beeping?
beep, beep, beep.
Dan is still asleep.
Great.
They wake up
He's good.
Dan.
Beep,
What?
beep,
What?
beep.
I don't know how to work a computer. Fix the beeping.
What?
Oh, great.
Keep in mind, he just got out of the hospital, man.
I acted as Chauncy would.
He'll try to get up and do that and almost fall down in the process.
And Rose comes running up. Don't you know your emergency alerts? Get to the ship.
What? Oh, that's
No
what
one
that
ever
is.
explained this.
No one told me that. Yeah.
It's standard
Standard for what?
standard procedure.
Chauncy steps out the door and disappears.
Well, Dan, I guess we need to get to the ship.
Didn't we put a portal pad in the basement?
Yeah, there is a phase teleporter.
Did you tell anybody about that?
Rose is heading that way.
Rose, where are you? Well, no, wait, y'all used the portal teleporter, the Book of Heroes thing.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, then Dan would follow, but again, he's in no condition. He's headed wherever they're going, but slowly.
Yeah, and by the way, Rose is very heavily pregnant.
Rose, are you? Can you handle the stairs? Dan, can you handle? Wow, you two are almost walking the same way.
Ouch.
Dan doesn't think anything of it. He's like, yes, that about fits, as he just about falls over again.
Parinath will kind of walk behind the both of them.
And as you guys hear a large boom from the backyard.
Well,
That would probably be Lizard. Really? When did we get told this? I don't.
You're telling me I've been with this crew maybe 2 weeks.
I've been with them for longer, and this is the first time I've heard of this. Oh, there's the pad. Are you okay to get on it? I mean, it looks like there's a bit of a step there.
On his way, I'm sure there's like canes all around because Teldon uses canes.
only one. One or two.
Okay, then never mind. He'll get to the pad.
Actually, here's a question, GM or Teldon. Are there
Mhm.
trees in his backyard?
Oh, no.
Darn.
Are you looking for shrubbery?
Maybe.
Okay.
But yes, as soon Parinath will get onto the pad as well.
Okay, so you guys are all teleported with that familiar gut-wrenching feeling to in front of Cosmo.
Not for Dan.
As in, it's a new sensation, I assume is what you mean.
It's only the second time he's done this.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Dan falls on his face.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, he was already off balance, and that just did it. He throws up.
Computer.
Oh, and it causes Rose to throw up.
Parinath will just blink. I didn't know humans could do... Is this a common humanoid thing?
Dale, dude, I just got out of the hospital, and this is the second time in my entire life I have teleported. Cut me some slack, man.
What? I don't know. I don't know if this is normal or not.
It's not your fault. It's just me. I'm grumpy, man. As he sort of leans on Parinath a little bit, trying to get himself.
Parinath will be helpful and cast Cleanse on the both of them.
Thank you.
2 by touch, so that's only need to use it once. Yay.
Where's Teldon at?
Oh, yeah. They're on board the ship.
Okay, Rose is going onto the ship, cursing under her breath.
Well, I didn't.
You hear clacking in the distance.
Parinath will help Dan get on the ship.
Points bulletin.
Yeah, Chauncey's arriving now on a magical unicorn, metal unicorn.
It's very robotic.
Now, once we get in the ship, Parinath will wave at the nearest camera. Hi, Cosmo!
What's going on? What's going on?
I don't know. Evidently, that beeping sound is an emergency alert.
What's... Oh, are we gonna go... No, we're not gonna go fight more of them, are we?
Eh?
I hope we're not. I didn't know.
Hello, welcome to the... Please report to your battle stations. We're doing dockside training.
Oh, God, no. As Dan tries to walk and almost falls over again.
Dan, it's okay.
Right now,
As Chauncey's finally close enough to Dan to see that he's fallen over, he hands you a mallet and says, Here you go, a cane.
Yeah,
And
he'll use the mallet as a cane, and he'll be leaning on it heavily as he's walking.
Teldon, we might... I don't know if Dan is up for training right now.
I'll do what I can, he says as he goes through gritted teeth, concentrating on getting to the chair.
Okay. Teldon, you get to clean up if he throws up again. And
Right.
Parinath will go to his assigned station then.
And he will say through his radio, I am completely devoid of all magic and psionics for now and a week, maybe more, the doctors say. So, yes, I will do what I can as he winces and continues walking.
And how long does it take everyone to get into their positions and report in?
Let's have everyone do a D100. Parinath takes a really long time.
Was I supposed to turn right at that junction or left?
Oh, Walt is actually very fast.
For what it's fast for walking on a cane half crippled.
And Rose comes in pregnant.
Teldon does a head smack, palm smack. Yeah.
Teldon, I think I locked my...
Why did you use the emergency alert?
First of all, to see if it works.
You get the intercom turns on nearby you. Teldon, I think I'm locked in a broom closet. Teldon, the door won't open.
You're in the communications room, you hear in the background.
What?
I'm right. Take your hand off the button. You're in the communications room with me.
Oh.
As Chauncy will lead you to the right place.
Thank you.
All while holding down the button.
And Lizith appears way after everyone. Shrinks down, enters the ship.
Oh, Lizith. Milady, I
got hungry on the way.
Thank you for showing up. Right then. So, Teldon will get on the old intercom there. And so, that was, well, deplorable.
Well, I didn't even know what the beeping noise meant. No one bothered to tell me.
Quite
Maybe wait a bit, like a day after I got out of the hospital, man.
Battle does not count for your condition.
But a condition counts for my ability to fight. As he almost falls out of the chair again.
Well, look. We need to get our game up. That's all I'm saying. We need practice. We need to prepare for what's coming. Cosmo, seal the ship.
Sealing the doors.
Initiating privacy. And Teldon will put up the display. We just came from a very interesting meeting with the CAF. They have a unique plan. They have a plan to go after this junior that's coming our way. And Teldon will put up the display of the huge demon planet and its satellites.
Now, is that the exact clone, or is this a different demon star?
This is their reconnaissance of the mission. You can watch there. There's one of their scout ships, and oh no. There's this huge tentacle reaches up and pulls it out of space, crushing it, bodies floating out. As you can see, approaching the planet can be quite deadly. It has its own defenses. However, they want to send an elite strike force to the planet, land on the planet to attack what they consider to be a brain, a heart, a vital nerve center of some sort. This is where the screen will display to this satellite view of what looks like basically a medieval horrific castle.
How do we know? How do we know it's there?
Well, it seems like there's an old storybook written by our friend. Yes, Parinath, a book written about our friend. And I insert the name now.
Gary Pierce.
Gary Pierce.
Parinath,
a copy of it up here. That is our hero now we have corroboration that the gentleman was real. Who speak of these nerve centers on a demon planet's surface. Now, they are looking for an elite band, though, to go down, land on the planet with a super fast, high-tech ship, and infiltrate this demon horde infested stronghold.
Okay, where are they?
They are up in space, creating a diversionary attack, while this elite band goes in and attacks.
I was referring to where the elite force is.
You got a mirror handy, Chauncy?
No, I think I left it back at your house.
Yes, quite. They want us to be the elite strike force.
Oh.
Why do I not like the sound of that?
Because there's a good chance of us dying. But hey, if we don't die, it'll be awesome.
If we don't die, we'll be in key leadership positions for the assault on the main demon planet itself. This is a trial run of this theory.
I'm still not too sure I like the sound of this.
Well, if you
Do it, you can legally obtain books without paying for them.
Wait, I can't? But that's stealing.
Theoretically. But it's not stealing because it's legal.
Parinath will just scratch his head, confused.
Don't worry about the math, just trust that it works.
No, if it was math, I could probably do it, but that doesn't make sense. Anyway,
so yes,
Teldon,
this
can
is
I
what.
have a look at that book?
Certainly. Please stand down from action stations. Come and join us in the galley area, and we'll have a nice cup of tea over this.
Parinath will get lost on the way there.
So yeah, part of the time.
Elizabeth goes and helps Parinath make his way there.
Cosmo, activate the locator beacons and guide her.
Oh, I was supposed to go
Beep,
left there.
beep.
Okay.
And you start seeing the little flashing lights on the wall.
Chauncy's going to be there, and he's going to be cooking.
Oh god, not again.
This is some pretty good stuff. Mystery meat stew.
Dan will make it there eventually.
Okay, everyone makes it there.
Okay, Parinath will go to the table that they're
So,
at and kind of lean on it. Can I see the book now, please?
Oh, this book? What? This book? You want to see this book? No.
Parinath looks at him very unamused.
Okay. It's a small children's book.
Parinath will move it over, read it in probably 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's just a little story about this hero named Gary Pierce going and infiltrating the demon planet and destroying it and finding its heart in the fortress that was on it.
Does it have
No.
a publisher and a date of publication?
It's so old that it's does not have a publisher.
No ISBN number.
The drawings in it seem hand-drawn. And do you have like any skills? Do you have calligraphy or anything?
The closest I have to something like that would either be possibly barter or appraise goods, just to be able to know that it's genuine.
I guess you can try to barter. Maybe it would tell you a little bit more about it. So let's do your barter appraise goods.
Succeed
Wow.
rate.
Okay, looking it over, it seems old, but very well taken care of. It doesn't seem like an original. It seems like a copy.
Well, it's definitely old. I can't give an exact date for when it was made. And certainly not a copy. You can see here where it seems like they were they traced out the image and then colored it in from a copy of it. I can't really tell anything else from it.
Fair enough. You have this weird feeling to look at the author of the book. Like for some reason, it just passed over you.
Oh yeah, I should probably see who wrote this. And he will do that.
Okay, and it is by an author that you do know of. That is, you've read some of his works, though this is his first children's work that you've seen. And some of his stuff has been thousands of years old.
And I do recognize the author, though I didn't know he did children's books. Most of his stuff is I assume deemed fairly reputable.
Yeah.
Fairly. And most of his stuff is fairly well researched, fairly factual, so unless he was writing everything from this completely from whole cloth, there might be more than a little bit of truth in the whole heart/brain/vital spot in the castle.
Anne would speak up and say, "Can I take a look at it?"
Oh, yeah, sure.
I only glanced through it. What sort of dangers did he face? What sort of opposition?
GM.
Okay, the opposition talks about him facing a lot of demons.
Okay.
And something that they called hold on, I have to confirm this. Well, a demon knight.
Let's see.
Oh.
As he hands it over to
Doom theme plays.
to Dan.
So any of you lore types know what a demon knight is?
Yes.
Yes, you
Yes,
know
you do.
it is basically the opposite of a Cosmo Knight.
What?
So it fights in for the demon planets, worshipping it as some sort of deity.
Well, not exactly. You just know that it's known as the opposite, and their code seems seems to make fun of the Cosmo Knight's code in a way.
A perversion of the
Yes,
code?
it's very perverted.
Yeah.
Well,
Chauncy will relay this.
yeah, I only recently came into any knowledge of them when I got here and started reading about them, but that sounds about right.
Dan will look over it. In particular, he will pay attention to the art and the art style, trying to understand the depictions and what weaknesses or whatnot may be depicted here. All right, because I don't know how accurate it is, but that's what I look for.
Okay, so you want to
All right.
look at the weaknesses that they sees against killing the demons and
Well, what I'm looking at is the art, basically how they look, basically, do I recognize the art style, and do I want to just basically what information I could get from looking at the art.
okay, roll a. Do you have an art skill?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. Ow, you guys are rolling nice.
You had to say it. Now we're doomed.
Yes, that was my
100s
plan.
all through the night.
I majorly failed my Demons in War, though, which was the 97 before when everyone was talking about Demon Knights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know
You
what
got the demon knights mixed up with the Cosmo Knight.
You got it mixed up with the fallen Cosmo Knights. No biggie. But the art style is a very ancient art style that was used years ago, as in thousands of years ago. It's common on some of the tapestries that you have seen around that are worth millions of credits.
Huh.
What you're telling me is we need to sell this book.
Well, and Dan will say, well, the art style for this is very reminiscent of, well, it falls in line with what you're talking about with thousands of years old, but this art style is typically on very ornate and very expensive tapestry. This is quite unusual to see it in a and correct me if I'm wrong, but it is unusual to see art style like this in a children's book.
Yes.
Yeah, and he would say that, like, it's very unusual that such an art style is in a children's book, or
Right.
so you're telling me.
Great. My
So,
little Mona Lisa.
well, no, that would, for me, from my mind, though, you guys, I defer to you guys for this because I don't know much about these demons or whatnot, and frankly, I've only been in a space once, and that was with you guys. Fact of the matter is that this art style, from my mind, means that there is something more trying to be conveyed here through the art, what have you. So this book, though I don't nearly understand what exactly it's trying to convey, almost certainly conveys a lot more than we are seeing, given the amount of effort involved here. That's just my thoughts. I don't know what it is. Can I roll cryptography?
Yes, you can.
What does the book say? Still,
I believe I succeed by a bit.
You don't see any hidden pictures, nothing, no hidden words or style.
Whatever it is, I'm not seeing it, but I do think there's something
What does
more
it look
trying to
like?
be conveyed.
or does it go into that? Does he say it? They had to go to the lowest level of the castle, or do this or that?
Well, it starts out with like a picture of him landing on his planet,
Mhm.
fighting back monsters. Very childish, but the pictures aren't really. And he goes into the castle and he fights off more monsters and finds his way to a room that goes down to a basement. A room made of blood and guts.
Okay.
Appetizing.
I kind of expected from a demon planet decor.
And then basically it's him going down and destroying the hearts.
And does it look like a heart? Does it look like something recognizable?
Yes, it looks like a glowing, pulsating large heart. Several of them.
Really? Interesting. Now, do we accept this as allegory or
Well, if he put the
a
same
fact?
amount of research and thought into this, and it's not just being written for children, then, well, I've based some of my magical thoughts on what he's presented, so I'd say it would work fairly well if, again, this wasn't just written for children.
It almost certainly wasn't, given the detail of the artwork.
But it's been classified as a children's story. Maybe misclassified.
Yeah, it may be simplistic, but I doubt this was ever intended as a children's story. Given everything that you guys are saying and what I'm seeing.
No, just because it's a
Well,
children's story doesn't mean, like you said, it could have been misclassified. I mean, I know some children's stories from the planet I originally landed on were horrible. Like there was this one where this guy. I should probably stay on topic.
Dan will
Fine,
hand the
but
book back to Parinath.
Parinath will take it carefully.
So-
Lizeth, have you ever heard of this guy? Have you heard of this before? Anything like that?
It looks familiar. This is strange art. Look at all the blood depicted in it. Since when does child's novels have this much?
GM, question. Would Hans Christian Andersen, like old school Hans Christian Andersen books, have survived the rifts?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because they're like bloody folk tales from.
Yeah, I suppose a few of them would have.
then Dan would speak up and say, it's not unheard of for children's stories to be morality tales that are extraordinarily violent. I know of a few that are from before the golden age of man that were incredibly brutal, but intended to be taught to children as a means of saying, don't do this or don't do that, or you will die.
But there's no lesson here. It's just
No,
a
I
man
understand.
going in.
I'm just saying that it shouldn't be discounted that this was intended for children, but in the sense of preserving it, preserving the knowledge. Plenty of cultures tell stories as a means of preserving knowledge, and this may have been a means to jumpstart.
Interesting. Well, fact of the matter is they want to launch their attack. I wanted to know if you guys were thinking that this is enough to go on.
I say we do it, but not before you all eat your stew.
I mean, how soon do they want this? Because I am frankly in no condition to fight or held to even the most menial of tasks at the moment. He says bitterly.
Well, it's within a week. I don't know how quickly you heal, but we're going to have to fly out.
It's not a matter of healing.
I think the
I don't know.
doctors. I think the doctors said it would only take a couple days for you to. You would only be without the powers for a few days. So
They
a
said
week should be enough time.
They said a week or more.
And plus,
I don't know.
They want to make the attack within a week. We still have to travel out there and prepare ourselves and train.
I am near useless at that. I am sorry. I'll do what I can, but I don't know how much help I can be.
Well, your station is at the medical bay, so.
And all my medical ability is based upon my psionic and medical powers.
Okay, well then nobody trip and fall, or hurt themselves.
I can patch people up like a field medic, and that's the extent of my old-fashioned medical knowledge. That's the extent of it.
Yeah.
If we're lucky and well stocked.
Quite. So yes, nobody trip and fall. Teldon looks over at Parinath.
Parinath's mouth is in the bowl of stew. As a random cat floats by.
We're not in zero G, are we?
No. Gravity fully in effect.
Why is there a flying cat? Dan idly asked.
I'm sorry, this microphone is a little too.
Are you sure that some of the drugs they gave you aren't affecting you still? Parinath looks around, not seeing a flying cat.
To be clear, there is a flying cat because Chauncy just said there was a flying cat floating around.
Wait, what? I did?
No, that was me saying as a cat flies around because I heard a cat in the background of.
Okay, it's canon then. Yes, Dan sees a flying cat.
You can actually hear them outside.
Oh dear.
Oh wow, that's a really loud cat if we can hear them through the hall.
Are we still grounded?
Oh yes, quite.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. I should cut down on the.
Yeah.
No, I don't mind. I find it funny.
So, anyways, yes.
I appear to be hallucinating. I apologize.
So, I just thought I would lay that out for you. I see nothing else coming up that we have to do. So.
Well, as long as they don't want us to leave tomorrow, I think Chauncy, you have that thing tomorrow?
What?
Oh yeah.
I
have a meeting.
Yeah, with the United Warlock Worlds people.
United World of Warlocks.
Oh, right. Someone might want to put Rose's head out of the stew. I don't know if you can breathe through stew.
Chauncy will pick her up, remove the bowl, lay her back down.
She's snoring away.
Is she gonna finish that?
You didn't eat your bowl.
Yes, he did.
Oh.
Like I said earlier, his mouth was in the bowl licking it clean.
Elizabeth has gone to the pot and is eating from that.
She gets bapped with a wooden spoon. Oi. Off the bowl.
But it's so good.
Yes, but you're supposed to wait until you're served. It's a politeness thing that we humans do.
Hey, Parinath, want some?
Parinath is already at the...
Parinath gets bapped on the nose before he even moves.
Parinath bites the spoon in half.
Oi.
Our band of heroes.
And Elizabeth grabs the pot while it's still hot and brings it over to the table in front of her.
Hey, I want some of that, more of that too. Hey!
And then we'll say, mind the butterflies and 0G as he nods off again.
Chauncy gives up.
And she lets Parinath have some.
So generous. So generous.
Quite well. I have some things to take care of. So, you all enjoy.
Dan is now snoring.
Various dragon eating sounds. I would try to replicate them for the stream, but no.
I don't think it needs that.
No, just something very, yeah.
Yeah, Elizabeth just spit into the pot. Chewing it. This tastes a little metally.
Well,
You're not supposed to eat that part.
You're eating the pot.
That's...
Oh, and she continues chewing it.
Oi, no, you're not supposed to eat that. Otherwise, I can't cook more.
Just buy some more. No, no, no.
I can't. That pot was $50.
No.
As I
Hold
start
on.
fighting with her for the pot.
No! And she grabs it and it spills all over Parinath.
Parinath just blinks down as his front is now covered with hot stew.
Fine, no one gets stew anymore.
Parinath shrugs and starts licking it off.
Parinath, you're the exception because you're covered in it.
Right.
If food touches you, it's yours. As he starts ripping the bowl or the pot. The struggle
Our
lasts for
band
probably
of
about an hour
heroes,
of
everyone.
Chauncy yanking.
Yes.
Dan now sounds like a chainsaw snoring.
Rose wakes up from that. Looks over at the mess. Oh, where's Teldon?
I think he went out.
I'm gonna leave now. And she goes to walk out, forgetting that the whole place is sealed.
Parinath will finish eating that, cast cleanse on himself because he doesn't want to be covered with his own slobber, and just kind of lounge out, I guess. I mean, I don't know how to further end the scene.
Yeah. Okay, so really in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a few minutes later, you hear once again a loud bang, and the gravity field within the ship dissipates.
Wait, what? What? Oh god, what?
Action stations, we've been hit. Says Teldon.
Dan will wait with the start and try to get where he needs to go, but he was not buckled in and has no 0G training whatsoever. He is stuck.
Floating in midair.
Chauncy
Legs
using
and arms pinwheeling.
Chauncy, using something he saw in a movie once, whips out a spray bottle and slowly floats to his station.
Fortunately,
Actually,
it's,
really fast.
Unfortunately, it's silly string, so
Parinath, meanwhile, is flailing about, again, like a cat in zero gravity.
Well, Dan is probably doing the same because, again, this is the second he's never experienced zero G outside of a seat.
No, no, not like that, Lizard says to Parinath. No, calm down, calm down. And she's going to attempt to go over to you. And manages to.
Oh God, up, down, oh God.
No, the stew. You don't want that to come back up.
Good point. And he continues the flailing.
And suddenly the gravity returns, and it seems a lot stronger of gravity.
Parinath falls flat on his face.
Dan slams to the floor. How much do I take in damage?
Oh yeah, you're an SDC.
Yes.
So you take 2.
However, there's now a line of silly string all the way across the ship.
Yeah, and everyone is slammed to the ground.
lights are flashing.
Parinath will attempt to get up.
Okay, you're gonna have to do a strength.
Oh boy!
Oh my gosh! How strong are you? Well, you're supernatural strength, right?
Physical strength 22, supernatural.
Yeah, you'll have no problem. Dan, on the other hand.
Dan?
Yes, yeah, no. He has a physical strength of 18.
Yes, but you just lost. It's no longer supernatural. And
Yeah. I just don't know how that works because that is above average,
Oh,
even
that's-
for a human.
but this gravity is a lot more than normal.
Okay, he is pinned, and he's going, well, fuck, and he's just like you've never heard a sailor swear as he is.
Wow, I didn't know some of the. Oh wait, should I help him get to his station?
I heard you sweared before last session.
Yep.
Which just emphasizes how much he is swearing now.
Yes, he has a lot of habits he picked up with his previous group.
Parinath will attempt to pick up Dan and carry him to his station.
Much obliged, he says to gritted teeth.
Do I turn right or left here?
Hell if I know.
Cosmo, do I turn right or left here?
The one that doesn't have silly string. You hear?
Oh,
Yeah, and by the way, any windows and stuff, you can see that you guys are in space.
when did that happen?
This explains things.
Parinath will carry Dan to his station. One moment.
This has been a bad
Somewhat
couple of days.
quickly. Not at all quickly.
No, left, right, left, then left.
You took a wrong turn once, but you've managed to correct it in time because it was just a closet.
Yeah, Dan, I didn't know your station was in the broom closet.
It's not.
Oh, the infirmary, that's right.
Prepare for high G maneuvers.
Oh, and Dan's gonna start swearing again.
Yeah, and Jason actually goes and takes you guys to see how his piloting is.
Oh boy.
Oh, he does flawless.
So he's flying aerobatics.
Yep.
Parinath will put Dan in a chair, pat him on the head, and then go find his station after.
Oh no, it looks like we may have lost it. Well,
Lost.
currently
Lost what?
inertial compensators.
Oh no. Jason turns him off.
And now you're feeling the something like 10 Gs that we're maneuvering at.
That's lethal, man. How much SDC
Let's
do I
get
take?
strapped in.
Did Parinath strap Dan in?
No, he won't.
He
No.
probably didn't think of
Okay,
it.
we'll call it 5. We'll call it 5.
He
No,
probably
no,
didn't
no,
think
wait,
of
wait.
it. So,
Do me, roll me let's see what save would be good for this.
non-lethal poison. Wait, no.
Yeah, let's do a non-lethal poison save.
I was
Fair enough.
joking.
That would be lethal poison, though.
Oh, you're right. Let's do a lethal
Oh,
poison
oh.
save.
Oh, here we go again.
Rip Dan.
He
Oh,
failed.
God.
He fell.
I believe.
You pass out.
And as he passes out, he's gonna. His last words are like, "Well, fuck."
But you have the radio on.
Yeah. He's like, they hear that over the radio.
Wait,
Oh.
you don't have any bonuses to save versus lethal poison?
Not enough to save for that. Just a
only
sec. I'm gonna have.
the base is 14. So if you
Yeah.
even had a +1,
I'm gonna have to look at it, but I'm versus. Yeah, no, I did have a +1.
so yeah, you
So-
would literally hit the base difficulty.
Yeah, okay, then you manage to stay awake.
You still hear that?
And you go flying all around the ship because you're not.
How much SDC do I take?
4.
Welcome to the Sick Man Beatdown Show with your host.
Yes. That sneaky bugger Teldon.
Parinath, as you're walking out and this is happening, Dan comes flying and runs into you.
Parinath will try to catch him. Do I roll the strike or?
Yeah, I guess roll a strike to see if you catch
Oh
him.
boy!
Don't roll a 1.
I got him.
You're fine.
And we haven't even gotten to our gunnery stations yet.
Jason looks over at Teldon after looking at the monitors inside these rooms.
Man, you really shouldn't go flying through the halls like that.
You didn't fucking strap me down.
Wait, I'm supposed to strap you down?
At this point, his speech is almost slurred because he was semi-conscious at the point that he was being bapped. He's like, God damn it, I was barely conscious as it was.
And you guys lose gravity again.
Parinath commences flailing with Dan in one hand. Paw, arm, thing.
Does Dan go flying?
No, he's holding on to you. So.
Oh, okay, good.
Chauncy, you now have silly string all over you.
He's been strapped down for a while.
Yeah, but all the silly string that was on the ground. Yeah.
Oh, he's fine. Turn of events.
Meh.
Where else does silly string go?
It's been 20 minutes here. Want me to stop?
Yes, please.
And he stops and he goes into land.
Actually, we remain in orbit.
Okay.
One last little thing.
And
Oh,
it's
no.
orbit.
Just a nice gentle orbit.
Has gravity been turned back on?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
It's back on now.
Parinath will take Dan back to his station, strap him in.
I apologize. Today has been, to put it bluntly, a hell of a day.
No, it's fine. Now I know that I need to strap people down when I put them in chairs.
Yeah, it's usually a good idea when people are not together mentally.
Alright.
He's basically passing out again
Parinath will nod and go to leave and
as
start.
the adrenaline fades.
Parinath will start to leave, and then he'll start talking to himself. But what do I do about strapping people to chairs when the chairs don't have straps? I should probably start carrying rope, just tie people down to chairs then.
And you hear
Don't worry, I've
once,
got you covered.
you guys hear once again the beeping. This time a slightly different, and
Hull breach. Hull breach.
Oh,
Where?
Bay 27. All personnel to their shelters.
What?
Hmm.
If you need vac suits,
shelters? Like,
ding, ding.
You didn't
character,
even give
what
us a
does she
map
mean by
of the
shelters.
over the intercom. You hear? You didn't even give us a map of the ship. Where the hell are the shelters?
You know those big signs that says shelter?
Well, Dan will pick himself up and try to move with all due haste. And Jim, I'd like you to give me a success ratio here as he's trying to walk with decent speed, being partially incapacitated.
you have a 50% chance.
Okay, he definitely is able to pull himself up
Yeah,
and
I'm
get to where he needs to go.
I'm sure the words hull breach add a certain urgency to things.
And adrenaline rush again, and he's moving.
And you guys can
that
hear doors being sealed behind you.
Chauncy looks at the 2-inch by 2-inch sign saying shelter.
Oh, that sign. Yeah.
And any of you guys, by the way, that happen to be close to the doors as they seal, you feel a very light breeze.
Moving in that direction, yes.
Fair enough, you make it fine.
Yay.
Teldon, I haven't had you roll for any of your own.
Because I've been on the bridge, dang it. Strapped in like any good crewman should be.
Rose, by the way, isn't there?
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're going to get a talking to later. Okay.
Oh, I
so-
almost accidentally killed my wife.
Yeah, Dan has a few words as well.
Okay, so, well, gentlemen, we're about to land now. If you'll just strap yourself in, this is a nice little wake-up call for you for the dangers you'll be facing, and a hint of what you'll be facing in the next couple of weeks.
But I don't have
Next
to
week or
breathe in
so.
space.
Some of us aren't so lucky. Okay, Jason, I think we can head back down now.
Okay.
Has anybody seen Rose?
Oh my god!
Oh god!
There goes.
Oh, he's going to land, and he loses control of the ship.
Oh no,
It's coming in way too quickly towards center.
Jason.
I can't. Something's wrong. Something.
What do you do?
Chauncy hears this.
I can't slow down
Nowhere to be seen.
ship. I think Cosmo's freaking out again.
Okay, Cosmo,
Okay,
Teldon, why are we going so fast?
GM.
Everyone who isn't.
And
Telemechanics.
oh, okay. What are you doing with your telemechanics?
Cosmo. Hello, Cosmo.
This is fun.
We need to slow down. We need to slow down pretty darn quickly, because
Oh,
Daniel
the
entering.
ground, and
Yes.
you hit the ground.
Wait, so we actually crash?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Parinath, fortunately, you were put in a bag before that.
Wait, how did I get in the bag?
Yeah.
I'd put you in it.
Did you engage the shields before Cosmo crashed?
I'm assuming that would be standard procedure. Yes, so that would be next to go is to put out deploy the forward seals to act as a skid plate.
Okay, so you guys just row into docks.
What's this we here?
Yeah,
I don't know what this
yeah.
we you're talking about.
Yeah, Jason.
I,
It was a standard approach.
the ship was acting up again.
Ah,
Worst pilot ever.
At this point, Dan is going,
Oh, by the way, anyone in the ship is going to take damage.
Oh boy!
I'm in the bag and I put Dan in it.
Yeah, by the way, your bag is thrown all over the place, and you. Let's see. Hold on, I want to do something.
and Dan does not have armor, by the way.
Okay, Chauncey, you go flying out of your bag.
Good thing I'm mega damage.
Yeah, but Dan is okay, though the breathing straws are gone.
Oh, he opens up the bag once we're crashed and pulls
Yeah,
out Dan.
Dan is close to suffocating because, again, he doesn't have the magic.
There's like 2 minutes of air in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, once we're done crashing, I pull out Dan.
At this point, Dan is breathing.
Parinath extricates himself from the nearest broom closet.
stand by. Crash positions. And yeah.
Yeah,
This
and
is not a drill.
there are a lot of dock workers out and just staring at the ship.
How much damage does Parinath take, if any?
Well, you're MDC, so you're good.
Okay. Where's
Rose, though, on the other hand.
Of course. Of course.
Nope. Okay. Okay, she's pretty beat up.
At this point on the radio, Teldon is heard, what the fuck was that?
Who is actually where is Rose actually?
She never left the galley.
Okay.
She's also covered in silly string at that point then.
Silly string and stray pieces of soup.
And her own blood.
Hmm.
And she's pregnant.
Oh boy. Who is the galley who would be closest to her? Or who would stumble across her first?
Chauncy.
Is that how far Chauncy was flung?
Yep.
I just now imagine like a T-pose or somersault pose, Chauncy flying down a corridor. And it's slightly terrifying.
This would, after, oh boy, how do I gauge this? Shit.
Is she conscious?
You tell me, you guys. Somebody that loses half her hit point or her SDC in one thing.
Probably not.
She's probably seriously stunned. As long as she still has SDC, she should not have foreign injuries.
I whip out a shuriken and cast Heal Wounds.
Oh, I need your opinion. What would this do on somebody that's pregnant that loses half their SDC?
I don't
Do
know.
you want me to go into what medical knowledge I have as an EMT and...
Well, yes.
Can I talk about
where
the
was
theory of magic here?
Well, basically, she was flung all around.
But
do you want me to be realistic or happy?
Realistic.
Yep. How close to term is she?
She is about a month away.
I would say roll a D100 on a 50 or lower labor's been induced.
Okay. Oh,
As for the health of the baby, odds are, unless the stomach took severe hits, the baby will probably be fine. The larger concern would be for her because she's been thrown about and her center of gravity was so much higher. Odds are we're looking at some possible spinal damage or concussion.
Of course.
well, she's unconscious right now.
And I'm casting a spell on her. So I
Well,
don't
do
actually have
you
this written down.
Do you inform anyone of what you have found?
After I cast the spell. Because healing someone seems immediately more important. Let's see. Cure light wounds. Or heal light wounds. No, just heal wounds. Trying to find what page it's on.
Helps if I open up the right book.
Cure light wounds doesn't exist in Traveler.
Heal wounds.
Oh, heal wounds. There
3d6
we go.
SDC and 1d6 hit points.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
It didn't go to hit points, did it?
No.
She gained more than she lost.
Okay.
So that probably would probably stabilize her and prevent any further injury from moving.
Over the radio here, Teldon, you need to get to your ass to the galley right now.
Quite. This is only seconds still. What is it?
Your wife.
Uh,
She was pretty beat up when I found her. I heal her with some magic, but I don't know. I'm not a physician.
Medics are on their way.
And Dan, for the third time in the past 5 to 10 minutes, has another adrenaline rush. At this point, he is probably going to collapse once it is over. Is running to where that is.
Well,
Do you want me to roll?
Chauncy said the galley, so
Yeah.
Do you want me to roll paramedics?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm still trying to.
Yeah,
lock down the
he's
ship.
too out of it. He practically collapses once he gets in the door.
Yeah, you have no idea. You get in there, you're way too tired. Everything that's going on, you collapse.
Parinath will probably come in the room a few seconds
Sure.
after, probably a few seconds after Dan gets there.
Chance is going to cast heal wounds on Dan. And now I'm out of uses.
And Parinath will see Rose there, rush over, and will use Psychic Diagnosis. Again, because he doesn't have any real medical background, it would be more like, oh, this bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Is there anything in particular I can dumb it down to what he would understand, for lack of a better term?
Let's see. She's bleeding pretty severely. Her brain in particular seems to be off.
Oh boy.
Not this-
Teldon. And by the way, that takes 2d4 minutes. Let me roll that.
Wouldn't the heal wounds have really helped with that?
It probably would have. I don't know. I haven't read the exact description of heal wounds.
This is your present.
I can get it. It's still up. This powerful invocation will instantly heal minor physical wounds, such as bruises, cuts, gashes, bullet wounds, flesh burns, and pulled muscles. Will not help with against illness, internal damage to organs or nerves, broken bones, or poison and drugs. In case of bullet wounds, the bullet should be removed first, and the rest that doesn't matter. It's relative to bullet.
Yeah, it would probably be if there was any external cuts, that would probably be gone, but if there was any internal
The bruise
bleeding
would go.
or concussion, that wouldn't be going away.
Yep.
So 6 minutes, it takes Parinath a meditation of 6 minutes to find out, to get that, so odds
Okay.
are people would get there before then.
Yeah, when you're doing that, there are a bunch of people surrounding the ship, yelling at it.
Dan might have a concussion too, because he was flung around like that uncontrollably. I just wanted to point that out. Because if that's the case with her, it's probably the case with him.
We can have him check you out, or roll a D100 and see. I don't know.
Just thought I'd mention
That would be the
basically
GM's
some-
bailiwick, though.
Yeah.
Obviously, I guess the next thing to do is evacuate once it's safe.
Yeah, the people are yelling at you. You crushed my ship! That was a brand new yacht, damn it.
Well, it was a crash landing. You sure there wouldn't be emergency crews?
That's, yeah.
Yeah, they're here. They're coming. Right after you guys get yelled at for, you guys...
Shut up!
Yeah, you guys just crash landed, by the way, on the elite part of Sinter's Docks, which is on
Oh.
top of it, where
Double
all the
down.
billionaires are.
Dawn.
GM,
Yes.
during his psychic diagnosis, was there anything wrong with her spine?
No.
Okay, Parinath is picking her up and carrying her out of the ship.
No, Mama.
Okay,
Very,
there are...
very carefully.
There's
You're
medics
right there.
coming up. There's a lot of them.
You person with the medic and stuff, you, here, now. And we'll very gently lay her down.
Yeah, they put her on the stretcher.
Head, the stuff in her head is bad. I use power to find out. Stuff in her head is bad. There's some, tubes that carry the red stuff inside. They're, broken? Spots?
Well, we're on it. And they rush off of her.
I will note that Dan is still unconscious in the floor.
And taking Dan as well.
Okay.
Did I just
Man,
see him?
You get a frequent flyer mile.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
sorry, GM. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Didn't we just see him?
Yeah. He was here for like 5 minutes ago. What the hell?
Is everyone else okay?
I think
Yes.
Lizeth?
She's fine. She's in human form right now.
Where's Carl? Or
Oh,
yeah.
Jason?
Jason, not Carl. My brain is working.
He's piloting the ship. Guess who's getting the ticket?
You just see you see a first stage Promethean just looking at it like, I did not sign up for this. Oh my god. Why do I have to deal with these people?
I'm probably having to beat my way through a crowd of angry rich folk.
Teldon,
I'm going back.
Teldon
Teldon.
Rose has been seen by the paramedics.
Excellent.
And you guys are now being boarded by several Prometheans.
Oh,
Making their
hello.
way to the cockpit.
Hi, guys.
When Parinath was outside of the ship, he ran to the paramedics with Rose.
So what's the problem here? What happened?
Good question. We are still analyzing. Presumably
In the
we have a-
background, Chauncy's picking up crap that fell out of his bag. Coat
Yeah,
rack there.
you hear
yeah.
children crying.
No, those are the rich people.
Yes.
Yeah, children.
Good point.
Yeah. So, yes.
We're gonna need to do a statement, and we need to know any insurance you may have.
The insurance. Yeah, that.
God, you'd think you would have bought some by now, Teldon.
Obviously, if that was a thing, Teldon would know about it. Anyway,
You would have had it.
indeed. Teldon's been old space hand. However, as for actually what happened,
Your driver here doesn't seem to be insured.
I'll look over it. But we got you qualified. We got all your papers, didn't we not?
No, you forgot.
Well,
I'm going to use my law skill to see if I can find a loophole that won't get him arrested.
I was at the controls.
Nope.
You were at the controls.
Yes, he was trying to teach me how to drive. He is qualified, but
And why is he in the seat?
no, we had the controls switched over. The panel must have been reset.
Yes, and your ship here is quite unusual.
I'm sure you're quite aware of Cosmo and her uniqueness.
Yes, she has a very interesting backstory. So if you would just give a statement and we can move on, a bill will be sent your way. I don't want to spend too long on the ship.
Quite. She has a unique appetite.
Hi! The ship yells out. What was that?
Oh, that was our ship.
That was fun. Let's do it again.
Now again, Teldon for the second time, face palms.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to have a little chat with the ship.
Sir, your statement. So you were driving?
Yes, Jason here was. I'm trying to learn to pilot a ship of this size. I guess I misjudged the deceleration required.
I see.
I'm dreadfully sorry. Before I could get hold of it, we were on collision course. I think
Well, your ship seems to have taken no damage. We'll have people out to look at it, and well, I'm sure your insurance company will take care of the rest.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's the ticket. They write you one up.
Writes up a ticket like a roadside fender bender, of course.
How many zeros does it have?
I'm not even looking.
4.
That's it.
Oh, that's it? Oh.
That's before the lawsuits.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Lawsuits which shall not happen.
And he leaves.
So, can we lift?
Yes.
Okay, everyone.
Parinath is with Elizabeth telling him this is why he doesn't like space travel.
Well, I don't know why Cosmo decided to go so fast.
I don't know either, but this is why. Things like this happen all the time.
No, I do it all the time and it never happens. See?
Yes, but that's you. You're better than, 90% of the pilots, if not 95% of the pilots out there.
Okay. Oh, do you have the book still?
I think...
Found it!
Oh.
And he tosses it to you.
Parinath will catch it and nod. I have it now.
Let's read it.
Oh, okay.
She stops there in the middle of the street and starts to read it.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys get the ship back, and there's a lot of damage to the docks.
Teldon's going to be promising to repair or help things out with the muckety mucks. It could have been a lot worse. So, Jason?
Yes?
Cosmo?
Jason is looking so guilty right now.
Parinath will at this point go and find when after we've been told to get back on the ship.
Yeah.
After very reluctantly getting back on the ship.
Actually, you guys can all leave, go to the hospital, whatever. Teldon and Jason are going to take care of moving the ship slowly.
Oh, in that case, Parinath will go to the ship. We'll go to the hospital then.
I have a confession. I was never trained on a ship this big.
Wow, what a dingus. Chauncey's not there, of course. He left a while ago.
Cue the wah-wah music.
Look, I have minimal training with it, but not... It was more of a hobby than anything else.
Okay, well, then we've got... we know where you've got to be spending some time. Cosmo?
Yeah, that was fun.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Did you see how everything scattered when I hit it?
Did you see how Rose nearly scattered?
You cut out there.
Oh, okay. Did you see how Rose nearly scattered all over your
What? She wasn't strapped in?
No,
Oh,
apparently not.
oh.
Now, you are the most valuable member of our team here, Cosmo. But you have to start behaving yourself. This isn't the first time your reckless actions someone of our team. Look over at Jason.
Who is staring down at the ground?
In the battle with the demon scouts, Jason here tells me that you transferred your fears directly into him.
Yeah. He had to see how scary they were.
He's
go
the
for a
one
fly.
flying you.
No, let's go for a fly. Tired of being cooped up here.
We'll go for a fly very soon. But
No, I want to go now. And the ship starts to take off on its own.
Override. Can I override?
You would have to use one of your skills.
Well, that would be a telemechanics roll, I guess.
It's not a telemechanics. You'd have to use your machine. Oh my gosh, I forgot the name of it.
Machine Ghost?
Not the ghost.
Is it skills or psionics?
Psionics.
No,
Literally possession of the ship.
Machine curse?
well, that requires telemechanical operation, or paralysis, or possession.
Position.
Or paralysis, perhaps.
You'd have to do position.
Oh boy. That should be fun.
Let me go look up the rules for that real quick.
Oh shoot. Crap.
I need to make a document of everyone's psionics that they have as a thing on Roll20.
Thank you
I
for
don't know how your
Thank you
character.
Thank you for giving me something I should do before Friday. And I'm sorry I interrupted you there, Walt.
No.
Telemechanical position.
I don't know how you.
Saving throw. Special non-intelligent machines cannot. Artificial intelligence need a 15 or higher, and sentient machines need a 12 or better. Your call.
Well, I'm trying to find the spell. It's like I misplaced all my books suddenly.
Rift Game Master Guide, page 102.5, rather.
Okay, you're using the Game Master Guide. Okay, 105.
Yeah. I don't know how you're playing it, but typically, as I understand it, most psionics find it repulsive unless under the most dire of circumstances to use any kind of possession or mind control.
Well, to be fair, the ship just made us crash. Just
Yeah.
nearly
no,
killed his wife.
I understand.
I really don't care right now about hurting feelings.
I understand. I just thought I'd mention before.
Tough love, I think, is the term that comes to mind here. No, stay, or we'll see.
Wow.
Well,
Stay.
She is so surprised at you doing this that you have no problem.
Now we're going to have a little chat about your role in the organization.
No, get out of me. I don't like this.
No.
I don't like this. And you feel... Wow, why do I keep
Jesus.
moving?
In space.
She attempts. You can feel her trying to drain your ISP. But for the first time ever, you can feel her fail at it.
Yep.
A
You can-
literal world-shattering entity is no match to an angry Teldon.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're only like level 6.
Also might have something to do with the fact that he is possessing her mechanical facilities.
No.
Yep.
Now. Let's have a little chat, shall we?
Fine.
We're going to have a little chat about your role in this operation. Now, you already know I'm making a little present for you.
A present? What kind of present?
Like a body to move around in?
Oh, yeah, that.
Oh, yeah, that.
Here, the kid. Look at the shiny. Look at the shiny.
And not so shiny. So, just what do you want? You know what we're fighting. You know better than us.
I don't like them.
Then let us go destroy them.
No. I don't like them.
I know you don't, but we have to destroy them.
But demon knights are scary.
You're scarier.
What if I don't want to be scary?
I think this is going to be a long sort of off scene here. So.
You're basically arguing with like a 7-year-old.
Did give a 7-year-old the powers of a galactic starship.
Hey, she just grew up real fast, okay? So if you want to cut to another scene, we can do this off camera.
Meanwhile, back at the ER.
Yep.
Yes.
You guys go in there. Everyone's rushed in back.
Parinath waves at the familiar doctors.
Hey, Frank.
What? You're back again?
Yeah, yeah.
Dan, you're fine. They go and hook you up to an IV and everything seems fine.
Parinath will
Sure.
tell them what he, quote-unquote, found with Rose.
Well, there's some complications with her. We don't think she'll wake up.
Parinath just blinks a few times. What do you mean won't wake up? What? I cheat, but oh boy.
Is this within an earshot of Dan?
Well, I guess if they put you guys we'll say they put you guys in the same room.
Dan will say, she's with child. Is that going to be a problem? Actually, can I roll a paramedics check? And I know at some whatever penalty, whatever you think.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Yeah, but I presume it would have some penalty because he's not anywhere close to.
Okay, and real me, I have no idea if somebody's brain dead or what they do with the child. If somebody's pregnant.
Well, they can just let it develop naturally. It's more or less just a biological process. It will continue on. The child can be born normally through that.
Or they can induce.
Or they can induce if it's deemed that the pregnancy would be in danger, the life, the odds of the mother. Yes.
Well, we figure that we'll let the pregnancy develop naturally here.
Parinath is still just blinking in shock. But she'll get better, right?
We don't know.
But
Oh man.
But what's wrong with what's wrong with her?
There's no brain activity.
Parinath, perhaps I can explain. I have a little experience with this. What he's trying to tell you is that when a person, or at least humans, experience a certain degree of brain damage in a specific way, it can render them into what is referred to as a coma state, which means that they will be ostensibly unconscious for an indefinite period of time. There's often no way to know when it will end. Sometimes it's protective, sometimes it's not. But comas are a tricky thing. And what he's trying to say is that the kind of coma she's in may or may not end on its own. And if it does end on its own, and he'll turn to the doctor and say, if the coma ends on its own, would you induce a coma for protection, given the damage?
Well, given the damage
that's your expertise.
Given the damage that has been done, I'm surprised she is still alive at this point.
So probably a protective coma. I understand. Yeah.
Parinath is still just kind of blinking. But she had some. She was in. She's been in something like this before, though, right? I mean, when we she's a psychic, right? So maybe her brain's just in Cosmo right now.
Brain injuries are a tricky sort of thing. You never know how they work. I mean, even with the advanced data technology and magic and whatnot, a full comprehension of the human brain does not exist. And that certain damage in a variety of different ways has, frankly, unpredictable results.
The child seems fine.
Parinath will give a nod and just kind of. He'll move over next to Rose's bed and lay his snout across her lap.
Now, does she have any next of kin?
Her fiance husband. No, was it fiance or husband?
Fiance.
Fiance.
Yeah, they're not even engaged. Her boyfriend.
Oh, well, kind of, yes. He's they're living together. They might they that they live together, the father of the child. Yeah, yes.
Is there any medical papers giving him permission to make decisions?
I don't know.
Well, out of character, doesn't she have a living mom?
Yes, she does.
Oh yeah, the mom.
It would go to the mom.
Welcome to Megaverse, the legal edition.
Dun dun.
I use Prowl to cheat off my I use Prowl to cheat off the defense attorney.
Of course.
Well, her mom too should be at the house. Yeah. Give the contact information to the doctor to call the house, I guess.
Very well, and I'm afraid for now you guys cannot be in here.
But okay.
Are they keeping Dan, or are they saying, no, you're fine?
Yeah, Dan, you need to take better care of yourself, get some rest.
Oh, quick question, and I don't know if this is the case, but that was magic that was used to heal him, and he's got the medical stuff in him. Would he be resistant to the use of magic for healing?
No.
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 Oh.
I just thought I'd ask. Anyway.
You're fine. You can go home, just get some rest. Who's paying the bill today?
And Teldon's house is being built.
Parinath looks over himself, like, Chauncy?
Chauncey's not there.
They're not here right now.
No.
They're dealing with the accident. That caused this. They'll be here soon, though.
Dan will say, I have no facility to pay.
Let's see. Your last bill seemed to have been paid by Teldon.
Oh yeah. Put it on his tab.
Sure.
He paid that? Well, son of a bitch. Because he didn't know that before. And he'll leave, but still unsteady. Now it's still on the ship.
He goes and he gets you a wheelchair.
Also, the mallet's not on the ship. Chauncey took it.
Okay.
Where is Chauncy?
He went back to Teldon's house.
Okay, back. Sorry.
Welcome back.
So,
Okay, anyone else doing anything?
well, Dan shows up at Teldon's house in a wheelchair, self-propelled.
Oh darn! Here I was picturing Parinath like trotting behind it, pushing it with his teeth.
Or maybe if that's the case, then maybe. But Dan would be frustrated by it, saying, "No, I can do it myself."
Alternatively, sled style Parinath would be funnier.
Rickshaw style, yes.
Well, we show up, entourage, I guess.
So yeah, once the ship is, we've had a nice long talk with the ship. Go down to, I guess, the local hospital.
Okay, you're at the hospital.
So yes, the Rose was brought in here.
Rose. Ah, yes, the
Mama, we have a
and you would be?
stuffy named Rose.
Teldon Breckenridge, I guess.
We do, right?
I'm not sure quite how to describe it, but it's complicated. But yeah, she was brought in for some. She got a little banged up in a crash that we had.
Well, I'm sorry we cannot tell you any information.
Damn HIPAA in space.
No, they're quick to tell you when you're there.
Yeah.
These doctors aren't very smart.
Can telepathy read thoughts?
Only the surface thoughts.
What are the surface thoughts?
Surface thoughts, you see, is bad news.
What's wrong?
What do you mean, sir? I'm sorry, we cannot tell you. We cannot disclose this information.
If
You're
it was
not.
good news, you would be able to tell me. Now, what's wrong?
You'll have to. Oh, there she is. And out from the room walks Rose's mother.
I turn my empathy and telepathy towards her mother.
Hold on. I actually should make these people roll. And you can't pick up anything from empathy.
No. Oh, really? Okay. Oh,
But it's. Hold on a moment.
You accidentally get the next floor up where someone is yelling for their mother.
got the pediatric ward? What? Stay waiting for the surface scan. Surface scan.
Do 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 do. So how about them Dodgers?
Yes. How about that local sports team? I say.
Yes, I hear they do the sports very well.
Yes.
Did you hear about the car crash? There was only they were in an empty parking lot. There was only one other car. They just slowly drifted into it.
My God.
So much for being the Dodgers.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
It's alright, we were just having bad joke theater.
Oh, fun.
About sports ball.
Sports ball. Very interesting. Where are we? Oh, yes. Ava walks out. You can't get a read on her emotions, but she looks distraught.
Ava, what is wrong? These idiots won't tell me anything.
She's in a coma. I don't know when she'll wake up.
Cloud's making his way in.
You're going to try to go into the room?
You cut out there.
Hear me?
It keeps cutting you out.
We just heard hear me there.
Okay. Someone's on mute.
Yeah, you keep getting cut out or something.
Okay, I'm heading into.
Into, and then it cut out.
I'm heading into the room.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Ava will go with you. Glaring at the doctors. And there's Rose laying on the bed. She's got everything hooked up. Monitors, all of that.
Okay. No. I'll wander over, sit down on the edge of the bed, and put his hand on her forehead. Deep, deep, deep telepathy. I don't know if that works or.
Let's see. secret GM roles.
Yes. It's the only thing I can think of.
Nope. Nothing. There's nothing at all. No bonds, no thoughts, no anything. It's like she's dead.
By the way, did anyone tell Teldon about Dan and what happened?
I don't think that's his top priority right now.
He's just going to get a huge bill from it.
No. 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 Teldon wanders out to the doctor out in the corridor. Where's the doctor?
Is there a problem, sir?
Where's the doctor?
I
was taking care of her.
A doctor comes up. That would be me.
Vic, what's wrong with her?
I'm sorry, sir. I cannot give you that information.
Don't give me your bureaucratic rules. I am the father of her child, the payer of the bills, and probably right now the most fearsome thing you have to face right now.
Oh, I gotta give you a horror factor.
Cool. I get a horror factor. Or an intimidation check.
Well, the horror factor doesn't work, so you could try intimidating.
Now, what's wrong with her?
Intimidation.
Oh, okay. Okay, what do I roll here?
Do you have an intimidate?
No, I do not.
And
Just
roll
a straight
me what
percent?
D100.
Nah, I'm mildly annoying.
Yeah.
Or like, come on.
I
tell
think
me
you
what
need to calm down here, sir. Okay. Perhaps we could step into my office and we could talk.
Certainly.
Brings you to the office. Ava's following you this time, by the way. Closes the door. Walks over, sits down at his desk. Well, the diagnosis doesn't look good. She's essentially brain dead.
There's a beat. Another long beat.
We figure the best thing to do for the child is to let it, develop naturally.
Teldon gets up mid-sentence, wanders out the door.
The doctor is taken aback and, okay. Shakes his head. Ava follows you.
No. Flesh is... No.
Okay, perhaps you should go home, Teldon. Get some rest.
I'll be at my workshop in the other factory. I can't go home.
Should I let the others know?
Yes. Yeah. If you wish.
About this time, Dan will be leaving a message saying, "Sorry for the bother. Maybe I'll see you around," and he'll head to his office.
Parinath would fill Chauncy in on this, right?
Oh, yeah. Because he's probably still in shock. He would also fill in Lizeth as well, if she's there.
She'd be there, yes.
So, Chauncy actually speaks up and says, if I'm correct, Teldon's probably trying something psychic right now, and if I'm not, then, well, he's an idiot. And if that doesn't work, though, the thing is that these people are thinking with, at most, 2 axes of thinking, psionics and technology. I'm sure that I could probably find a spell out there to fix this issue. As I'll actually make a knowledge check for Chauncy right now. He fails. That
Could Parinath make a magic knowledge check to see if he can think of a
Yes.
spell or anything that might?
The GM has to now look at the spell list.
there's one in particular I'm thinking of.
You
It's
can always make
very
one up, too.
odd. Page 40
No.
of the Book of Magic is kind of like what I want Chauncy to get out of this eventually. But he's actually gonna go take a trip to the Warlock Market and see if what he can find in scroll shops.
Hold on, I have to find my Book of Magic. There's too many Book of Magic. What page?
40.
40.
The final spell on the page.
Well, Dan will be walking out the door, muttering to himself, useless, useless. See you around. And he will basically be wheeling his wheelchair down the road back to his office, leaving the aforementioned note.
Would anyone be witnessing this or no?
You would see him rolling out of the house.
Chauncey goes up to you and says, "Hey, where do you think you're going?"
To my office and away from this madness for a time. And he is visibly angry. His anger is barely contained.
Well, I'm gonna go make a trip down to the Warlock Market, see if I can find some stuff. I was wondering if you'd help, if you'd want to help.
Better than nothing. Fucking useless. And he'll go with you, wheeling his wheelchair beside you.
After you say that, you get slapped. And he says, "No, you're not."
Well,
out of character. I've dealt with some shit IRL in the past while. Sorry, but
I'm just playing my character.
I understand.
Yeah, he's really down on himself. It's like basically being simultaneously blinded and deafened for an entire week, while at the same time watching everyone else get hurt around him and having absolutely no ability to help whatsoever.
And Chauncey's actually speaking up now. You're not useless. The simple fact is that no one is always useful in every situation. You simply need to learn the fact that in some situations there's nothing you can do. And that that the best thing you can do from a situation in which you can do nothing is learn how to better react in that situation. Anyways, let's go. As he starts walking towards the nearest elevator.
And Dan will follow, but silently.
And I don't have a streetwise or anything, so I'm just gonna roll an unskilled check for finding things in the Warlock Market.
I have streetwise.
6 off.
Is Dan gonna try to? Oh wow, you guys are doing great.
Nice.
What are you looking for?
A spell that can theoretically bring someone out of a coma.
or heal a person from a coma. Brain damage-ish.
Okay.
Maybe a techno-wizard device that would do so, maybe.
Well, going around, you hear of several things. You hear of something called Healing Flame. You hear that some tattoo magic might be able to do it. It's even said that tattoo magic can resurrect the dead.
Okay.
Dan would say steer away from the tattoo magic. That stuff is nasty. It does bad
It brings
stuff.
back memory of Splagorth.
It does bad stuff. A friend of mine, yeah, it does. It does things to the mind if not applied properly.
Let's look into this blue flame magic.
There
Or
are
healing flame.
there's also gods that are known to heal people. You guys saw one use such a spell and restored a whole leg.
Well,
Oh yeah, I remember. I know Isis personally.
the healing flame sounds like our best option, really.
Yeah.
So that we would follow that lead for sure. I think we'd have that consensus.
Hmm.
But they don't have any of it here.
Okay,
Where could we find it? I can actually tell you out of character where it's from. It's from South America, Earth.
No, I know where it is out of character. Just
Yeah.
I was making sure Ice was aware.
Yeah. People say that's on this planet called Dirt.
oh, and Chauncy, would you recognize that?
Yeah. It's not Earth. That's what my planet is. It's the Earth copy. Can't remember what it's called, he says.
Oh, my! Are you talking about my place?
Yeah. It's really similar to Earth.
Yeah. Okay, then you're talking about Earth, or in my variation, Rift's Earth, as we call it. And do they give rough coordinates or locations there?
Well, it's really unknown because very few mages have this.
Well, I feel like what we've got here is very valuable and something that Teldon would almost definitely want to know.
Well, Dan will mention also, I know a place that might at least be able to facilitate travel to wherever it may be.
Well,
Psi-Tech has many portals and many travelers. The chances of someone knowing where on Earth it is from is pretty high there. There's a really high percentage of psychics and magic users there who are all adventurers. Almost all of them.
well, let's just head back to Teldon's house and group up there.
Yeah.
I assume we would do this.
Yeah, and it's about this time that you guys get the message that Teldon, it will be at the factory.
Teldon, you receive a message saying we need to talk. Did Teldon say BRB or something?
I don't.
Hold on. Oh, I'm here. Message? No reply.
No reply?
No reply. You probably get a read receipt, but
Hmm.
In the meantime, Dan would mention to sorry, why am I spacing the character's name? No, to your character.
Parinath?
No, Mage.
Chauncy! As we
You person, funny man.
Yes, funny man. I'll just say in character, he's like, hey, funny man, sorry, I've blank on her name. I'm not all together. Do you have a computer?
I don't know how to use one, so I don't keep one.
Chauncy
Okay,
tears up at being called funny man.
I didn't even hear that part. It cut out for me.
Yeah. He said funny man because he couldn't remember your name.
It's the nicest thing anyone's ever called me.
Well,
No.
I think your character would probably wouldn't he take it as sort of a compliment?
He would. He would. It's not the nicest thing he's been called, but it is a compliment.
But yeah. Is Parinath there?
Oh no,
Well, we're at the house.
he's sulking in Teldon's backyard.
No, I was just thinking he was someplace else. That's why I was wondering.
Parinath is sulking in Teldon's backyard after telling Elizabeth and Chauncy.
Well, I mean, if we're at Teldon's house, or are we? Are we there?
Yeah, you're at Teldon's house now.
Okay.
Oh, Dan. So good.
Chauncy will actually walk out to the backyard and say to Parinath, "I may have found something that'll help. We need to go to Earth to get it."
Parinath will pick his head up. What? Earth? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You could bring her out of her coma.
Well, that'd be good. Obviously, we just need to get there. But
I've got a scroll that can take us there via rift.
Right, but there's a problem. We'd have to be back here in a week.
We could still make it.
I know a way for a roundabout trip. If we can get to Earth on North America, there is a specific location. Mind you, it'll be a bit of a dangerous trek, but there's a location that has free access to Earth and the end center. That is Psi-Tech. That it has a physical connection to Rifts. We can get back via that if we really need, but it goes through a dangerous area.
What isn't dangerous in the universe anymore?
No. This is exceptionally dangerous. It is a place of necromancers and unspeakable evil.
No, the last necromancer I met wasn't too bad.
And
he was also possessed, sort of.
I don't think I was with you when he was possessed.
Oh yeah, you weren't. Yeah,
what? What are you guys talking
witchling. We fought a witchling who was possessing a dude who was a necromancer, but he was doing it to save his daughter, who was also possessed. And really, it's a long story that I didn't pay much attention to. You'd be better off asking someone else.
I was only here for part of it, so I'm not the person to ask.
Necromancers always get screwed over in the end. One doesn't mess with the wife arbitrarily. Anyway.
Well, he also wasn't aware that he was doing it fully. He was basically drugged. But
all the worse, but
anyways, we need to prepare for that United World of Warlocks meeting tomorrow. We'll probably have to put Earth on the back burner.
I'll try to be at the World of Warlocks. Also, GM. GM?
Yeah.
Are there communication relays that go to Psi-Tech in center? Not portals, because I know there are those, but other communication relays like radio signals that go to Psi-Tech.
It would take a long time to get there.
Okay.
As in anything from a few hours to days.
Okay, makes sense. Rifts are unreliable. Just wondering, in that case, he will send a small text message because it's more likely to go through faster that way to Psi-Scape, and it will be to the gem holder. Though I cannot field the gem purveyor, though I cannot be there in person. Do you know of a place where there exists a type of special flame magic? I believe it was called.
What you
heat
should write
flame.
is flame that is not of the, just to kind of help you flavor it a little bit better, flame that isn't of the element of fire.
Yes. Have you heard of a flame that is not of the element of fire, a magical discipline? If you could respond via text, that would be most helpful. Time is of the essence, but I realize speed is not really possible here. So respond as soon as you can, Dan, and he'll send that. And it'll be to the gem purveyor in Psi-Scape.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes any sense. Have you read Psi-Scape?
I've read some of it, yeah.
Okay, the gem purveyor is like their directory person.
Okay, so you send that off?
Yep. Would it cost anything?
Nope.
Okay. He'll say, we may get that in a couple hours, or it may be weeks, and it may come to moot, but if it happens to go fast, we might have something. As he says as they're walking back to the house.
Never mind.
With that, Parinath will actually start, if possible, GM, I'd like him to start researching magic to see if he can find anything other than what they've described that might be of help.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I forgot to give you the research information that you had on that sword.
Yeah, I was
session.
wondering about that.
And basically, your research information had found that the Sword of the Ancients had the ability to control any of the ancient races.
Duh.
Well,
Boy.
that's a bit of a
Would
thing.
dragons be ancient races?
I don't know. Would they count as ancient races?
No, as in like the elder races, I think they're actually
Okay.
called.
The first ones?
Anything that's Lovecraftian.
Oh, okay. Tentacles and ooh,
Aren't-
spook.
No, I
GM,
forgot what they
question.
call it.
Are the Prometheans included in that?
Yes. We'll include them.
Are you referring to alien intelligences?
There's another name for them.
GM?
Yes?
Question. When we get back to the house, could I get access to a computer and try and research further on the flame?
Well, there's a lot of computers in Teldon's house. I'm sure you could get on any of them.
Just gotta figure out how to turn it on.
So what do you want me to roll? Computer operations or research? Or...
Research.
Okay.
Parinath would like to roll the same, but again, for something different than what was mentioned as a backup.
Okay, I'll get to your next session for this.
Okay. Should I go ahead and roll it now? Or...
Yeah, roll it now so I can base my information I give you. Teldon, what are you doing?
Having a little chat with my new best friend over in the factory,
All right.
Oh,
I failed.
Are you gonna do what your friend wants?
I'm thinking that it could work if I understand correctly. But right now, he's sort of holed up in his workshop in that building. No one's come to visit him.
Well, yeah, Archie's telling you what to do there. It's up to you.
Interesting.
But it's saying it needs it by tonight before it's lost.
Oh, really? Okay.
Parinath, after maybe an hour, will look up and look around. Where's Teldon? Where is he?
Teldon went to his workshop.
Well, Dan will radio into Teldon at this point, and it'll be an open channel, so if he responds or not is up to him, but it's on the frequency. Hey, Teldon, we found a couple of methods via magic that could possibly bring her back. The most promising of which is this healing flame. It has origins in Rift's Earth. It's a rare magic, but we can track it down, and I've got some contacts that could possibly help with that. There was also talk of tattoo magic, which is pretty much discounted, and there was also some other bizarre stuff, but basically we're looking at mostly magical options right now, which all seem viable and potentially within our reach shortly. I have sent out some feelers. If I'm able to get a response, and if it happens soon enough, we might be able to get there and get back relatively quickly. I don't know if you're getting this message, but I hope you do. I will check back within an hour or so at your factory. If you get this message and contact me before then more for you. And it's basically that lengthy message.
GM, no, why would I do that? You tell them it's going to reach out to Ava. Ava, we have a possible plan here.
What? Fell asleep. What's going on, Teldon?
We have a plan. Get the guys together. Can you arrange to get Rose's out of the hospital?
Out of the hospital? Teldon, she needs to be observed.
We need to get her out of the hospital and down to the factory here.
I suppose I can do it.
Even if you wait a minute. Even if you can get her into one of their scans.
What?
We have a plan. We have a cunning plan. I will be there shortly.
Want me to call the guys?
Yes. I will be there very soon.
Okay, so you guys all receive a call from Ava. Teldon wants us to meet him at the hospital. He found some kind of plan to. I don't know.
This is very concerning.
Dan is very concerned. He'll say, whatever the hell he's doing, please tell me to God it's not dealing with that fucking technology. Because what he's thinking of is his
you keep on breaking up.
blood transfusion stuff. But
I don't know. He said that he wanted the body at the factory or something.
Why?
I think we need to stop Teldon from making bad decisions.
At this point,
I've seen too many movies, and I have a feeling he's going to make a robot.
Parinath is just looking between the two. I don't see what the problem is.
At this point, Dan's eyes will go wide and go, oh, fuck. Because it'll just dawn on him. Because he knows about out-of-body stuff, right?
He would know some, yes.
If he's talking about get her, even her body this way, that might set off alarm bells for him. And he's going
we need to go stop Teldon from
at this
making
point,
bad
Dan's
decisions. Let's go.
Yeah, Dan will be tearing down the street in his wheelchair.
You're picked up and put on a unicorn,
Okay.
and while we're going, I pull up a video, or I have Dan pull up a video of one of the numerous sci-fi things where people make robots using humans, and it turns bad.
No, he wouldn't do that. He's a good person. As Parinath kind of trots beside
He's a good
them.
person, but can be guided poorly. As I assume we arrive at the hospital.
Yep. Is Teldon there already?
Teldon is there, dressed in his Victorian garb. Yes. Now, what we have to do
Let me.
is get
I'm gonna
her out
roll
of the
something real
hospital.
quick.
Here we go.
We're
Charm person.
outside. No. We're outside the hospital right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a flying dismount off my unicorn.
Oh
God.
boy. Well, at least we're in the right place for it.
Aha! Crack!
Go ahead and roll. Let's see if you can.
Well, first would be acrobatics, right?
Yep.
Backflip or something.
Backflip, any kind of flip.
Yes. And then I'm going to try to land my feet on his face.
What?
Teldon's face. That's going to
Yes.
take an attack.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, go ahead and do an attack roll.
What?
Oh boy.
Teldon, all right, will you be dodging?
I think so. Yes.
Well, first let's let him roll his attack.
I think yeah. What?
No,
know-
you won't.
You know what? His feet look bigger the closer they get. You know, get bigger the closer they get.
Go ahead and roll a dodge.
Let me see here. Oh boy, it comes to this. Nope.
Why
No.
are Mommy
One
and
sec.
Daddy fighting?
I need to double check kick damage.
You won't hurt him. You can't do MDC damage.
Oh,
Oh,
Ow,
is MDC
no.
human now?
Yeah.
No, you hurt me. What did
I'm here to stop you before you make bad decisions.
No.
As he
Parinath is
lands
just
on your
snapping
face,
his
knocking
head
you
between
over,
the
but
both
not
of them.
doing damage to you.
Why you hurt my nose? That really hurts my.
Okay. You're gonna make Robo Rose, aren't you?
No. What are you
Oh.
talking about?
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
But I do have to get it to my robotics factory immediately.
Why?
Just.
I
Are you
refuse
gonna-
to listen to a plan unless you explain it to me. And
Look,
boy, you got some splaining to do.
look. Okay. As I understand it, I have a colleague who can make minute microsurgery on her brain using robotics and nanotechnology. Now, that's all that there is to know.
And how much do you trust this person?
I trust him more than any old magic.
And Dan will say, and this will be with a snarl, and it will be aggressive. Magic is the only thing holding my home planet together.
Well,
It is
bugger you then. Well, then
Only
bugger luck
thing,
on them,
well.
isn't it?
Teldon, if this doesn't turn out how it plans, it's all on you.
It already is all on me.
It doesn't have to be, though, but whatever. Since you're not trusting magic, which is closer to the domain of psionics than psionics is to technology. But your type being the exception.
Dan Chauncy. She's in there
Just
because
go.
of me.
Hmm.
so. Who are you trusting this to?
Colleague, an entity that is
And-
offering me a chance rather than
That-
your What were you saying? Some mythical journey
This
to
isn't some mythical journey to a planet called Dirt. This is a
to my home.
chance. This is a chance to go to the birthplace of humanity for this dimension, where magic was first relearned by humanity, and all of the old experts come from. So simply what I was trying to offer was a solution that I knew that I could rely on. But if you know you can rely on this solution, 100% certainty, then go through with it.
And Dan will say, "Did you say entity?" Through gritted teeth.
Not that type of entity if it's who I think it is. And Parinath is looking very somewhat serious at the moment as he looks over at Teldon. It's that thing we brought back, isn't it? The copy.
It's in charge of my factory, yes. But you guys should come down there and see what lovely work it's doing.
Well, you never invited me for one thing.
Yeah, you never invited any of us.
Well, you can see it all tonight. I just need you to help me get her out of there.
No. Dan will say with about as much venom as you've ever heard. Again, he's like, that is over my dead body.
And if this is the entity that I'm thinking of, I don't have 100% faith in it.
I don't trust any entity.
It's not that type of entity. It's not a magical being. It's not a supernatural being.
It isn't.
It's a copy of
A copy of an artificial intelligence system. There, I said it.
Yes. The issue with this being, why does this have to be immediate?
Her brain is degenerating as we speak. Neuronic connections are breaking down.
How do you know that?
Because it makes sense. I know something about it. I can read.
No. Do you know that? Ask the doctors. They know that. You don't.
I can find out. I diagnosed her earlier. If there's a difference in her brain now, I would be able to tell the difference, I would think. So if there is decay going on, I would be able to tell it.
And I will be very clear. Magic can do everything up to and including proper resurrection.
Well,
It
we're
is
not at
not
that point
outside
yet.
of the question of bringing a person back legitimately from the dead, though I do not recommend it. The point being, degeneration from the brain for magic, or as far as magic is concerned, is a non-point.
Magic.
But I do not believe that it's decaying either. And GM,
why don't we, rather than we discuss the idea of the brain decaying, we take it up with the trained physicians who I assume have their career on the line in this situation.
I don't trust them. Dan will say.
You just said to trust them. To talk to them.
No, I'm saying trust them for what they say. But seriously, we are talking about an AI. If what you're saying is true, an AI, which I personally don't know anything about, to do microsurgery on a person. And these doctors, while they are knowledgeable in the medical field, which is what I was talking about, that does not mean they are knowledgeable about this AI, its technological capabilities.
They wouldn't be. The person that we would be asking them if there was decay, if that's what the progression would be.
Yeah, that's all I was suggesting. But you're talking about their opinion about bringing them to this thing.
No, I wasn't.
Well, no,
Okay,
I believe that Teldon was referring to hijacking her and taking her to this robot, which we cannot trust.
We don't know if we can't trust it.
We don't know if we can trust.
At this point, though, there's a slight problem. It's not really our choice.
technically that choice would be to the next of kin.
And I'm assuming he's talked to her about this.
I just
No,
told
he
him-
hasn't. He has told her nothing else.
Hello, Ava. You've all been listening.
Yes, I've been listening.
Oh, forgot she was here.
So,
Will
this
it
is what
fix
we
her?
I have certain assurances.
Dan will turn
Are
to
you
her.
100% certain?
I know what's 100% certain if we do nothing.
Dan will turn to her and say, please understand what I fear that this entity, and I realize you're saying it's not that, but when I hear entity, I think of beings that are either insane or maniacal or otherwise intend to control or manipulate humanity. And that whether it be technological or supernatural in origin, I do not care. Such entities are malevolent and should not be trusted under any circumstances. To submit a person to them is a fate worse than death.
Dan, we really, at this point, I feel that you've already pushed this point enough, and we should probably leave it up to her. It is solely her decision, and we need to. I feel both of us have presented a case, and we need to let her decide.
Would Rose have trusted this entity?
Good question, GM. Considering I'm sure I had some interactions with Junior.
I'm sure she would have trusted him, yes.
Ooh, he's fun. He's smart.
Should I roll a trust intimidate too?
Why are you trying
contribute
to? Are you trying to intimidate the old lady?
No, trust.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hey.
No, I'm just asking, should I? Because it would contribute to the effect of whatever I'm saying.
You don't
I don't know, should I or should I not?
You don't need to.
Okay, then carry on. Sorry.
Parinath, take a look at her brain.
Yes,
Parinath will nod. I'll probably need you to come in with me so that they'll let me in.
The doctors are all asleep. They're worthless.
They're all asleep. Oh my god. Remind me to file the malpractice lawsuit once we're done here. He goes
Already
in
on
and
it.
do the psychic diagnosis again. It will take...
Okay,
8 minutes!
Okay, and 8 minutes later you come back with the brain's about the same, maybe a little worse.
Parinath comes back outside. It's... If I'm remembering the last time I checked it properly, it's about the same as when I checked it first time. Maybe a little bit worse. So if there seems to be some decay. At least a little bit. Beyond that, it's exactly the same.
And Parinath, do you think if we keep her here with these doctors and wait for you guys to come back with a magical solution? She looks over at the sleeping doctors.
Parinath looks at the sleeping doctors, resists the urge to roar at them.
You could also hire actually competent ones.
Yes, but
I
we'd
don't
have
trust
to
the
find...
doctors. And while I'm fairly certain that we could find some spell to bring her back, I trust Teldon. And if he thinks that this thing can save her, then... Well... That's that decision.
Then I'll trust him as well.
GM discretion on this one. It says that people who are raised in Psyscape or whatnot can communicate to each other, regardless of distance, through dreams. I know my character did not start with this. What I'm wondering is, would it be possible for me to at least attempt to signal that my character would like that with a relative?
Perhaps of your
Don't-
mother, but you'd have to go to
Huh?
sleep.
I just was wondering about that option for the future.
But your mother for sure would be able to do it with like anyone.
Okay.
Okay, but I'll trust Teldon in this. Parinath, could you carry her?
Yeah. Parinath will go in and stop. I don't know how to disconnect all of these.
Just take them.
At this, and please understand that this is in character or whatnot, but Dan is at this point shouting and screaming bloody murder. Do not fucking do this.
And Dan finds himself in a bag.
Dude, I
With-
remind you, I could suffocate in there.
Not with breathing straws.
No, shh, 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 shh.
You're also not well enough experienced to know exactly how to get out. It's kind of a maze of crap and breathing straws.
At this point, he is like legitimately like. I don't know if you've ever seen someone like going like vitriolic
No,
anger. He is almost like beyond words at this point.
Chauncy.
And you can't
Yes?
hear this, but that's it.
I don't know.
And he's
what to do.
terrified. He was fucking terrified.
I don't know what to do. I just don't know. Technology is the only thing I know. Go on magic.
But you
But
know
it
me.
seems so roundabout. This
Here's
is a
the
direct.
thing.
This Teldon just slumped down beside a potted geranium there up by the curb.
You're handed a bottle of booze, and he says,
And there's a
"Here's the
bag.
thing.
There's a magical bag beside us that's going.
No, you hear Faith screaming through the breathing straws.
Quiet.
But he says, here's the thing. You're going to find yourself in a gray area for most of life, and there's not much you can do about it. The only thing is we have to have faith in what you claim to have faith in. At this point, it's out of our hands. You have led us down a path of decisions that will end however it will end, for better or for worse.
Parinath.
Mm-hmm. Does this thing unplug here? I think.
You're like carrying everything that was torn out of the wall.
You are the wisest creature I know.
Parinath just stops at that and is blinking repeatedly.
Oh god, if he's the wisest creature you know.
So... I'm sorry. Go on.
What do you think?
Parinath
He would
will...
have probably heard Dan screaming, like, you can't fucking do this from inside.
Parinath looks down at the bag. Are you sure it's not trying to trick you or fool you?
You're cutting on me.
Are you sure it's not trying to trick you or fool you or anything like that?
And yet, has it, GM?
It's never done it before.
But as a player, I haven't had much interaction. And I don't want to
Well,
character knowledge versus player knowledge.
It wouldn't have done it to your character before.
What's that?
It wouldn't have done it to your character before.
Right. Okay.
Junior's been very trustworthy.
Okay. No.
here's the
So-
thing. I'm going to speak up and tell Teldon. There is some truth to there's some truth to what Dan has to say. There are it is an entity. It is just an entity of technology rather than magic. And it has its own agenda to push, and whether that agenda be to appease you, seeing as you are the one it's relying on, or something more maniacal. There's nothing that we can do except have faith.
Oh, okay. Teldon gets up, straightens his waistcoat, his vest.
Parinath holds Rose, I guess, with all the machine and stuff dangling off. And
Teldon's going to go back into the hospital. Is there any
any what?
security system?
Yes.
That records are going to be wiped in a loop. Just
Okay.
telemechanics. And yeah, let's go take a look at my factory.
There is one thing you'll need to, as we're en route, there is one thing you'll need to tell it. If it double crosses you, I'm going to rip it from every atom it has. There won't be enough of it left to fill a little bag.
On that, we are agreed.
And to make it triple.
Ooh, fast food! We need to get some on the way back.
So you're taken through the vehicle, whatever means, through into the industrial section and into what looks like the automated robot factory from hell.
There's all kinds of robots being made, and you see a giant brain in there.
And
is that a brain?
Sort of, kind of, yes. It took a while to grow.
That's kind of big.
Yes, right. So,
you're probably still hearing the muffled screams from the inside of the bag. Starting to die down, but it's still there.
And I'm typing these GM notes to Teldon because you guys can't hear it, so.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything yet.
In a moment.
Okay. So it looks like something out of Terminator.
Why do they have to all have skull-looking things on them?
Because Jason helped design it.
Oh, God.
Okay, Teldon, that's funny.
Okay, so yes, lay it out here on the, and he goes and brings this great big this helmet, and I'm going to try to ride along and monitor. Now, Junior.
Yes?
This is, again.
This is in his head. Nobody else can hear it.
Yeah. Reiterating the things. If you screw this up, I'm going to remake toasters out of you.
I won't screw this up.
Double cross me.
Now, why would I double cross you, Creator?
Because, well, let's just say this is more important to me than a thing. So, Teldon will put the fishbowl on top of her, the giant thing on her head.
Okay.
And I'll try to ride along.
At this point,
you might as well let Dad out of the bag there, restrain him.
Turns to like crying and begging at this point.
Parinath is going to stick his head in the bag. If we let you out, will you not, try to kill someone?
Kill someone? No. Will I try and stop you guys? The fuck yes.
Okay. Sticks his head back out. We might want to wait a minute.
Yeah.
And he will try and pull himself out of the bag. He will.
Yeah, you can successfully do it.
No, you
Once
can't.
he's out of the bag, he'll
Cotton
be
candy.
like, He'll be like, stop.
There's cotton candy now in front of you as you're getting out of the bag.
I am so sorry for this.
And starts to scan her brainwaves.
And Dan will be struggling trying to stop it.
And then I hit it with bubblegum stickum.
You don't need. Oh God.
No, this
Okay,
one
what'd
lasts
you hit?
longer.
What'd you hit with that?
The seal of the bag.
Oh, okay. So
Not-
I couldn't get out.
Yeah.
Well, you also just sealed off the air.
No, I would have done it in such a way that it
Hmm?
would have
Well, I
left
guess
that
you-
free.
I guess you didn't.
Even though I could have cut through it with my knife.
You sealed off the seal.
GM, I'm going. Parinath will cast. Where is it? Dispel magic barriers on it, so he'll be able to breathe.
Well,
And-
then, after you do that, bubblegum stickum.
Oh, good God!
Dan will be trying to get out this entire
Bubblegum
time.
stickum.
And he'll be
it only-
saying, he'll be
Okay.
trying to get out.
Tune in next week.
44 is your strength needed to break that.
No, I realize that, but that doesn't stop him from trying. He might have bloody fingers by the end of this. You know,
And,
he's about as terrified as a person can be. If there's one thing he is terrified of, it's probably entities. And you're saying, let's put this person with an entity.
I'm going to send the bag off
Is
to
is
the dimension.
okay? Question: is he out of the bag or is he still in the bag?
In the bag with breathing holes.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get out. I'm using anything and everything at my disposal to try and get out, but it doesn't work. I have no magic. I have no psionics, and I am basically, for all intents and purposes, a strong, short, old man.
Yeah.
Big in my day. Sorry.
By the way, the machine's also beeping at this point. It's deadlining.
Wait, which machine?
The machines you brought that were attached to her.
Yeah, they became unattached. I walk over and look for an off switch.
Wait, they became unattached?
No, they're still attached to
Oh.
her.
Well, those aren't supposed to be making that noise, I don't think. Teldon?
Teldon is
not-
standing.
His
Front of-
brain is not there.
Telepathy. Teldon, the machines are making beeping noises.
Nope. Teldon, do a save for psionics.
Okay. I mean, how bad can it get? 5. I need a 10 or better.
Yeah,
Well-
Teldon, you feel like your own personality now is being drained.
Hmm.
Do another save.
There we go.
Okay, you managed to pull out of it, but you've lost half your ISP.
Inborn?
Permanent
Yeah.
ISP base?
You've lost your innate, your self one, not the one that you get from the power source.
Right. Ugh. What are you doing, you monstrosity?
I'm
Yes.
remaking her. And suddenly, you can see that it's going, and I don't know, is Archie evil?
Yeah, Archie is evil.
Yeah,
My character doesn't know
evil
that. He
thing.
just heard entity and went ballistic.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can feel it remaking her in a way.
Hmm. Oh no. Nose is getting a real whiff of bad. As his nose is huge. And I release the seal on the bag, letting out a Dan and say,
I'm gonna go into
Yeah.
initiative here.
Oh,
Oh boy!
Sure. Keep messing around with Teldon.
You're the one that trusted an evil machine.
Hey, player knowledge.
Yes, and I commend you for that.
No, I understand. I just know, and my character doesn't even know he was evil. He just heard entity and went ballistic, as I said before.
Yeah, and Parinath, he's 1.25 years old and trusts him.
Machines around you, by the way, have blinked on and walking towards you very threateningly. And this is why we're having to roll initiative.
By the way, I will note that my character does not have any weapons or armor, no psionics, and no magic.
Back in the bag!
There is a set of damaged armor in the bag. It's a little big.
He'd probably put that on if he was looking for battle. It makes sense. I mean, he was expecting a fight, maybe even fighting you guys, but he'd probably pick that and a random pistol and be like trying to blast his way out. Would it damage the bag?
No, it's
Would
magical.
I don't know.
Please put your initiative in and all of that stuff.
Unfortunately for these fools, I have their weakness.
What's that? The Y2K bug?
Water.
You have the Y2K bug. That's what it is.
No, I wouldn't know how to use it. I've got water. And all waterproofing can be broken.
Okay. Have you guys rolled up your initiative and put it in?
Yep.
Okay, hold
Yeah.
on here.
Oops.
Could someone put mine in? I'm having trouble getting to it.
What is it?
What is yours?
Yeah, it's a it was 13 plus 5.
So 18.
13 plus 5.
Jesus, you get a
So, like,
plus 5?
Yeah, I got a plus 5 to initiative. It's racial.
I get plus 4. I get plus 4.
Why is the dragon the slow one?
What is
Because you're weak.
Parinath's?
I already put it in.
Who has better? Who's faster between Parinath and Dan?
26.
Just a sec. I don't think I have a 26 speed. I'll check. I have a 13 speed.
Wait, wouldn't it be physical
It would be
prowess?
yeah. It's your physical prowess.
Oh, physical prowess, 17. Oh, wait, physical prowess, 17, yeah.
Yeah, 14.
Okay.
Do I get to use danger sense?
Yes, you would have felt it as soon as it drained your thing. You're not in power armor though, but you can still use that one of the machine after your
Yeah.
special abilities that you got.
Yeah.
It might come up, just a question. Do I still have a 10 versus save versus psionics since I don't have psionics right now?
No, yours would be a non-psionic person.
Okay, that's bad. Anyway, moving forward.
By the way, hold on. I'm gonna put this to the other screen so that you can, so I can show you, and we can make a little thing here at the bottom.
Oh boy.
I like that the duration for water balloons is until cast, because I've still got some from 3 sessions ago. Or until thrown is the duration. It's great.
This thing will represent Archie, this brain here, Archie Jr. I know it's not the best.
I'm still
Where is
on
this?
the map, on the 3 galaxies
Oh,
map.
I
Yeah,
forgot
you
to
didn't
change
move
it.
us.
It helps if I move you guys and not just me.
Yeah.
Who's Dr. Armor there?
Man, where the hell's a beholder when you need... Not a beholder, a mind flayer when you need one? They eat brains. They love this.
I mean, theoretically, I could learn to summon a fat man.
Eh?
Close enough.
My character could do so much with this if he actually had anything.
Okay. And we'll set up the little scene here There's Teldon, approved by Rose.
Loser.
Okay, there's where Parinath, wherever he thinks he'd be in that room. Dan would
Probably
be
right
in
out
a
there.
Dan would be in a bag. Chauncy would be next to him.
Well, I mean, I did dump him out.
That is true. Let me sort you guys and then start combat.
Did you get a new
Paul.
token stamp?
What?
I asked the GM if she got a new token stamp.
A new token stamp?
Token press.
I mean, these tokens,
the-
they're the pro tokens.
Ah, fancy.
Ooh.
Oh. That's less cool. Because I can't use that.
I just use token tool.
Okay, and first up, it looks like it's Parinath.
Okay, so let's see. Things are coming to life. Thing is flatlining.
Yeah. Yep.
Just going to use telepathy with Teldon. And just ask, where's the weak point?
Well, let's say first telepathy, Teldon.
Okay.
Say for psionics.
Yep.
Okay, you managed to get through, and you do hear that through everything happening.
That was a save. So, okay. CPU lower floor.
Okay, Dan. You're out of the bag.
Dan will leap. Sorry, I was out of the bag, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
While you were in there, you did find a dice show 10. 46 damage. Pistol.
Okay, so he'll be like basically on his feet, like and just like an opening fire, basically. What's the nearest target?
Well, if you look up at the map, it shows.
Brain is
Relative.
technically the closest. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he would then as would fire at what was the damage? What was the damage again?
46, I believe.
Wait, no,
it said.
3d6
3d6.
if it's gun. If it's gun. I put 46 because I would use it as a sword.
Nat 20.
Nice. Who are you shooting at?
The brain.
Okay.
Well, if that's what's in front of me, anyway.
Okay, so you get up and you shoot up at the brain.
And
Go
when he
ahead.
says, yeah, and he'll say, I told you once, I told you 1,000 times, never trust a fucking entity.
You only told us once!
and that will be his.
Okay, roll damage.
Also, to be clear, I have to give you props, Dave, for the in character.
No, I understand.
He
Yeah,
did
thanks.
such a good job with
You
that.
did a really good job, man. Really.
Thank you.
I should have showed you the Cyberman video.
I would have been cool. I could do something with that.
You said
That gives
3d6,
me an
right?
idea.
No. Gee, the god
Yeah,
just
3d6 times 2.
Okay.
Because you got the critical.
God just likes messing around with
20
Teldon.
damage
That's all
to
there
the brain.
is.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, you're in a one of an evil entity here, and it just killed Rose. And
Thank you.
We can still save her, though, using the same magic, fortunately.
her brain's gone.
No,
Uh,
that's the brain.
Chauncy.
Chauncy's going to whip out a shuriken and channel a spell through it.
And which spell?
Lightning bolt. I also need to pull this up. I don't usually use these spells, but it seems relatively helpful this time.
What, you're not casting magic missile into the darkness?
I never had magic missile.
Oh, come on. That's the most powerful spell.
I do remember one campaign that I saw where the guy basically made an epic level version of magic missile that launched something like 10,000 magic missiles.
What spell? The spell. What level is the spell, anyhow? Call
That would be a
lightning.
cool spell of legend, though. That really would be.
Let's see, exact name. Oh, wait, no, it's just. It's not a spell, it's just a lightning bolt.
Oh, it's from your item, isn't it? Your rod.
Yeah, the Shuriken.
Oh, the
Shuriken.
shuriken.
The
Okay,
Shuriken
hold on.
one's way more powerful.
That's
Let's
that's
see, +3 to
from
strike.
that's from Japan, right?
Yeah, the elemental Shuriken, and it does a d4 damage with a +3 to strike, so a d20 +3.
Did you find it?
Yeah, it's in the group loot.
You have to strike the hit, or well, you rolled a 3. That's a miss.
Yeah. As a lightning bolt shoots forward and hits nothing. Well, it would probably still ruin something in this workshop.
Well, I've got to see if it strikes
I
nothing.
swear to God.
Seeing as
Did
it
you
was
have-
aiming
Did you have those magnets
here-ish.
removed?
Were you trying to hit that dude? Okay.
There's no way it could hit Parinath from there.
It will find a way.
No, it strikes right next to him, like here.
You said him, and I envisioned it like striking right next to Parinath's foot. Just like, why?
Shut up! Shut up. Oh, yeah. Whose turn? Let's see.
It is now Teldon.
Teldon, your turn.
Hi. I want to do two things. I want to tell the robots. Tell this thing.
It's cutting you out in and out.
We heard what
So
you.
I guess telemechanic.
We heard you say tell the
Tell
robots
the-
to, then blank.
Yeah, what are you
Shut
telling
down.
them? Which ones?
Actually, I want to do a possession on thing. On Archie.
I don't know if you can do that on Archie.
It's
Oh, it's an AI.
it needs 12 or better to save.
Let me actually bring up Archie, which I have the book right here. Isn't it?
Oh, how convenient. It's like you might have
Let's see. Archie.
You know, if you wanted me out of the game, I can.
No, I actually, it was coincidental because I grabbed this book as a writing surface.
Telemechanical position. The thing is going to go into a steep, deep sleep.
Horror factor.
You know, the old diagnostics subroutine.
It's impervious to mind control.
Yeah, this is telemechanical position,
Mhm.
not mind control.
Yeah, that's possession, which is a different save, actually. For most things.
Is what I'm thinking, but that's what I'm trying to do. Whatever you decide.
That's a. God.
And in the lore, if I remember correctly, that was part of the reason why Archie was so afraid of Psi-Tech, is because they could do just that to him.
Psi-Tech, y'all. Yo, yo, yo.
Psi-Tech up into hizzy. Remind me never to do that again.
No, don't.
Never do that again.
Yeah, we just thought. Yeah, sorry, guys.
Oh
have to
wow, we have
stop.
lawsuits
I can't
coming
carry on.
in.
This is one insane game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Maybe I'll
drama.
play-
I did not expect suddenly. Yeah, by the way, one of the main character's wives is now brain dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's fine. He seems unaffected.
Oh
And
yeah.
Stop. No. What are you doing?
Didi, get out of my laboratory.
Yeah, and actually, the machines that are going on, the ones that are being built, they all rise. They're half
Very creepy.
powered. Yes.
So this is sort of Tony Stark Avengers 2 territory.
It's a shame. You would have been such a great. Oh my gosh, what the hell are they called again? Idea man. But she was in the way. And that's what he does for his turn. The robots. This one here is going to shoot at Teldon.
Right. Cool.
It's a hit. Hold on, I'm doing them real quick. Basically, that's a hit on Teldon.
Jesus!
That's a hit on Parinath.
Ow.
That's a miss. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a hit on Chauncy. And that's a hit on Chauncy. Okay, so I'm just going to roll one.
Are these laser blasts?
Yes.
The one magic item that has been carrying me this far will carry me further.
Okay, so Teldon, you take 100 MDC. Parinath, you end up taking only 50. Chauncy, you take 100.
I would like to quick draw a familiar magic item, the rod of the lightning rod. I am
Okay,
now
so
immune and channel that, now being immune to laser fire.
Okay.
Christ alive.
It's a powerful magical item.
It is. I would also literally be dead if I didn't do this because I only have 64 mega damage.
Yeah, you guys were wearing armor, I hope.
Yeah, Dan's wearing the bulky armor that was inside of his thing.
Tell
How
me.
much NBC does it have left?
I think I'll be a Cosmo
The
Knight
only
next.
damage thing is it's missing a left boot.
Did Teldon just
Oh.
die?
Teldon only has 40.
Don't you have armor on?
No.
Why
Unless
would
you're
any of
seeing
us be wearing armor?
We're in Sidescape. We're trying to do
Oh,
something here.
you're right. Teldon falls over dead.
Vaporized, actually. Unless my pit boy.
Unless somebody wants to go and save him.
Hi. Parinath is seeing this. He's going to get down, Mr. President.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d20 and let's see if you can do it.
Do I get any bonuses to this?
It would basically be your dodge.
No, unless the biomonitor activated my force fields.
One moment, let me double check and see what I have for pluses for dodge.
That's your other out.
No idea if that's good enough.
You can absorb.
Well, couldn't he do a dodge though?
He's
Yeah.
isn't he mentally engaged in the Psi-scape?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, forgot.
Okay,
about
so you go and you knock over Teldon, knocking him out of his thing, and you take that 100.
Ow!
I think I have something that might actually incapacitate them all in a single blow.
Get down, Mr. President.
Okay, so now it's Parinath's. Oh wait, Parinath to use his turn for that. That would be Dan's turn.
Wait, I thought it was a dodge. It counted as a dodge.
A dodge takes up an action.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay.
Okay, I have 2 questions. One, the armor that I have on is standard. What's it? What was it again?
I'm not.
Armor?
I'm not
Chauncy?
sure.
No, Chauncy gave me.
What?
So
What I gave you was it's in my group loot thing. I think it's urban body, the urban warrior.
okay, it's an urban.
One leg is missing.
Yeah, and for me, it would be like a minus 20 for movement and acrobatics. No, it'd probably be like minus 50 on all actions because it's too big for him. And he basically was lucky to get a shot off even with that armor because it doesn't fit him at all, and it's missing one leg. So think of that what you will, but it's a person wearing something 4 sizes too large.
You also, fortunately, don't have to dodge.
Well, what are you doing here, Dan?
Well, he's gonna, since where he is, he probably couldn't move too much with the armor. Shoot. Oh God. He's gonna shoot at the people who are shooting at him and try and pivot and shoot.
Okay, so this one here and this one are shooting in your general direction.
Yeah, the one that was shooting at him.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Nope. That's
Nope,
not
it
what
goes. Hold on. I have to see if you hit Chauncy right in front of you.
No, I'm right beside him because I pivoted. He's right.
I have to.
Also, if it's
No,
laser
you're fine.
fire, it doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't. You don't even hit him. This goes by, barely missing Parinath somehow.
It bounces off like 5 mirrors.
Pew pew pew.
I'm not that bad of a shot.
No, you're not that bad of a shot. It's just Parinath's luck.
Okay,
Parinath has
Chauncy.
a pattern of
Okay,
scales. that
here's
looks
a
like
question
bullseye.
of the scale of this map. How big is a tile?
I don't know.
Each-
5-10 feet. It's supposed to be just a general idea of where everything is. There's really,
So it's standard 5 feet tiles.
yeah, we'll go with standard 5.
I'm going to throw a pair of black water balloons because targeting can throw multiple things.
Yes.
At this one, and
Okay, so you're doing. Wow.
they would both hit.
Look.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Ooh.
Those two have -3 to all actions, strike, parry, dodge, and have a 15% chance of dropping their weapons if that's a thing.
Let me roll.
Before each attack, though.
Well, right now I'm going to see if they roll up, but they're fine.
And all creatures in the area have to make a 1 through 40% D100 roll to avoid falling over.
Okay, Parinath, do that.
Parinath isn't in the area, though.
He's in the area.
It's 6-foot area.
Oh, 6 foot. Okay.
Yeah, that's my issue. Is like it barely splash him.
Okay.
I was hoping it would be a little bit smaller, like 2-foot tiles would have been beautiful.
GM, why do you hate me?
I'm wondering the same thing.
Because it's
so-
fun to pick on you.
Okay. Well, welcome to the club. We have T-shirts.
I'm gonna go write in my live journal.
Okay, now what is it they have a chance to fall over?
1 through 40. If they hit that, they fall over.
They're fine.
Damn it.
Okay, but
Wait, I have a career spell I could have used.
okay, Teldon, you're on the
Hi.
floor. The dragon just
Ugh.
saved your life.
Oh, that's a dragon on top
Again.
of me.
Your shields finally activate.
Phew. Okay. Guess what? I know where the brain box is on this damn thing. Super telekinesis. I have at least 2,000 ISP to put into it. I am crunching that thing into subatomic particles. Or ripping it out, or whatever will destroy the actual brain of this thing. It's not the big one, it's like on the next level down.
I think that needs visual.
Yeah, and telling from this, by the way, it seems like he has the connection with everything. He is the thing controlling everything.
No, I'm destroying the brain, the CPU.
You'd have to, so you're going to try to destroy the brain itself.
No, not the brain, the CPU.
The brain is the CPU. No.
It is?
Yes.
That I thought it was a different setup with Archie.
This one is the brain's the CPU.
The brain is Archie.
Mhm.
Right. 2,000 ISP pumped into Super TK, Super TK. Squish it. Rip it. Tear it. Rend it limb from limb.
Hold on a moment. How are you doing this?
Super telekinesis.
Okay, I need a description of how you're doing this.
How do you kill the thing dead?
How
Yes.
do I want to do this? I want to rip it. So squish it. Pop
It's cutting you out.
it like a zip. Just crumple.
Okay, so you
I can
go
only-
and pump all of your ISP into it, and it
1,000
explodes.
ISP too.
Hold on.
I can only imagine when he was cutting it out. It was
It
censorship.
explodes and the blood goes everywhere. Yay.
You're having way too much fun with these
tasty.
particle effects.
Yes.
She
I
paid
am.
good money for this.
Yeah, look, it goes everywhere. Yay.
Yeah, okay, that's the evil spirit escaping out like in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
It's now everywhere, and Archie is no more. The things power down.
Not fully realizing that they power down, Chauncy's still casting a spell. As a portion of the area becomes unwalkable as he casts Slip and Slide.
And Rose is dead. She's not breathing. And you kind of realize, hey, she still has a baby in there.
I know that. Yes, that was just a.
Wait a minute.
Can,
Hey, I know where Isis lives. You want to go see if she can do something?
I don't think
Yeah.
gods accept house calls.
Not all
Get her
of
to the
them.
hospital.
The thing is she is the god of mothers.
Get her to the
She-
hospital. Or do what you have
You
to
do that. I'm gonna go talk to Isis.
There's no heart rate. There's no blood pumping. There's nothing.
Crap, give me a
Can-
second. GM, I
can
have
I
a...
roll? Go ahead.
GM, I might have a trump card I really didn't want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
If Parinath were to say, hey, assholes, to the Dragonrite gods right now, would they listen?
Well, it depends if you go and accept them, certain ones.
Well,
Hmm.
One would be totally willing to listen if you did.
Yeah, I know.
don't.
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 Actually don't.
That's like out of
We would be-
character. Don't do it.
We would be better off actually talking to Isis with the 5% chance she'll help.
Oh, but no. I mean,
And also remember the last time, because your guy was traumatized basically the last time you interacted with him. I mean, that's for your character's personality-wise.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just thinking of what he would do in this situation.
Well, I'll roll my paramedics check in the meantime to see, like, stabilize the baby or try and get it out.
Can I can give you a bit of a thing of what you could do if you pass the paramedics check.
I'm pretty sure I passed.
If you passed, what can be done in that case is you're performing CPR on the mother to keep blood and oxygen flowing, so the baby isn't damaged.
Yeah, and that he would be doing that then. He would be.
That would work at least until actual ambulance gets there and stuff.
He would do that and key in the radio and say, "I need an ambulance here now. We have a baby and the mother dead. I am keeping them alive as we speak." And cuts the line, or keeps the line open. Excuse me. He'll keep the line open. How does 911 respond?
Well, you see, on center 911 is actually the pizza joint.
Okay, I lost you guys, by the way.
What do you mean?
Oh,
I still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
oh,
Yep. Hello.
can you hear me
Mic
now?
check.
Hello.
Mic check.
I can hear all you nerds.
Yeah, you might want to reload because we can hear you.
Yeah. So, guys, I think this has been a productive night. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's been productive. We've just ruined Teldon's
I
life.
personally want to keep on going because it's just too rolling.
Ugh.
I don't know. I just don't want to stop.
At least not yet. No, I want to get this done at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I had to go and reload it.
Okay, welcome back.
I have no idea what you're saying. You're saying that you're going to give some kind of expertise and then...
Okay, basically he passed his paramedic check, and what is done sometimes with expectant mothers like that, where they're pregnant and they go into cardiac arrest, is CPR is performed to keep the blood flowing and keep oxygen getting to the baby at least long enough for them to get to the hospital and perform a C-section. And Dan said that that's what he would be doing, and he keyed on the radio and said, "Get an ambulance here right goddamn now."
We've got a mother, dad. I'm keeping the baby alive through CPR.
To a different hospital, I hope.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, center's a big place. Yeah, that's
They would have
it.
had more than one hospital.
Yeah.
Rather than
They've got our picture.
Rather than Dr. Snooze's house doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So but that's what he's doing. He's
Okay,
basically
and
doing that.
you get a response, and about maybe a minute later, you hear sirens.
That's a pretty good response time.
Yeah.
all of you now realize that Chauncy's not there.
Chauncy?
Well, Dan's completely unaware. He's focused on keeping this baby alive.
Okay, and they get there. They come rushing out,
I'm so sorry.
and they take over the CPR and everything. And they take off.
Parinath, in the meantime, is crushing the robots and crushing any of the brain that is left.
Robots.
And is burning them.
No, Parinath, no. Don't.
No, and Dan will say now that he's no longer occupied, no, this needs to be destroyed entirely.
No. The technology is still too good.
No. You don't understand. If this is an entity, everything must go.
It's
everything.
not an I said,
no matter how tempting it may be.
An entity is a being. It's a computer program, for Pete's sakes.
An entity is an entity is an entity. It may be different as far as
over the radio. You hear, this is an entity simply for the fact that it is being of greater power than can be comprehended by any simple mortal. The simple fact is that even if it is a computer program, with my limited knowledge, I have a feeling it could have downloaded itself into any single robot. As the radio cuts off, you see a nearby one on the ground with a button taped down.
Parinath's still going. He didn't stop.
Yeah, no, and Dan would be shooting the nearest one that you weren't occupied with.
No, don't.
Eventually,
Teldon,
No.
he just killed the thing that I thought was like a mother, and he will keep destroying them.
Teldon slumps down and watch him for a while. And the next time you look back, he's not there.
Dan will say, Parinath, could you make sure that everything is destroyed here?
Parinath doesn't respond, but he's still smashing things to shit.
Okay. He will. Dan will write a note because he's still got his notepad of all things, and tape it to a place where he knows Parinath will see it, and say, "Please make sure that that nothing is left." And tapes that to the wall where he'll see it, and goes after Teldon, or where he thinks Teldon will be. So, does he find him?
Tune in next time. No, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, no luck finding Isis, by the way. She's not on Cinder currently.
Dang it.
But do I find Teldon? Anybody?
Uh,
Because he's searching for him.
I don't know.
Oh, wait.
Disappeared.
Where's
I still have the
Teldon?
discussed magical item, Eyes.
Which one?
The trade paper.
Oh, the agreement.
The agreement paper.
Yes.
As over the radio, Chauncy is saying, Teldon, I remembered one final thing. One final thing that I know will work. It requires a trade, although not of souls, fortunately. Shouldn't. Don't think so. But in order to do it, I need to have you sign it.
What?
Trust me.
I don't remember what this does. I thought you just made an
Oh,
agreement.
trust me.
And
Last
it's
time
an agreement.
last I heard someone say that.
The thing is it's an agreement that has magical effects, and I don't think I properly did it justice. Basically, you trade some things that are of equivalent value to the people. Like, Teldon could bring someone back, but there has to be an agreement where he does something of equal value for whoever's losing in this situation.
Okay, now you're really. I'm not following, and you're not even in the same building.
It's hard to explain, and I'm tired.
Okay, fair
You'd
enough.
have to give up something in order to bring Rose back.
Yes.
And
And
Dan would say, we still have the sacred flame. Though
well, no,
would
we
take
don't have
time.
it. And my guess is like any resurrection spell, it'll grow weaker over time. So
who was looking for
Don't know the
Teldon?
nature of it. So
I was.
And Walt was looking, or Dan.
Yeah, you'll find a section of small with a security door, a small glass panel. You see, you'll see a Teldon in there working around a robot, what looks to be something on a slab.
Teldon.
Dan will knock on the window.
You get a wave away, go away, wave.
Dan would shout through the glass, trying to get his attention. Don't do this. If that's part of this entity, it needs to be destroyed. I don't know if he hears any of that. That's through the glass and over the radio.
Teldon's flipping the switch.
What does the switch do?
Turns on.
Oh, yes.
It's alive.
It has no it doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay. I have
It's
to
missing
take it. Its higher functions. Okay, so I'm wheeling this out the door.
I see him wheeling out a very feminine-looking robotic body.
It's covered in a drapery or something. And I'm running towards a blue pad that's located just down the hallway.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Gotta go.
What are you doing?
I'm making my way towards the door.
Chauncy cuts you off. Seeing as I am much faster than you, Chauncy cuts you off.
The blue pad's a phase pad, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm assuming we would recognize it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop me from cutting you off.
I still have some ISP left.
You said you poured all of it.
I spent 2,000. Yes.
Christ, how do you have 2,000 ISP?
Because I've got a thing embedded in my chest.
God.
I am a living god. Yes. I still have some innate ISP. TK.
Chauncy throws a rope around you. You lift him and yourself.
Roll to strike.
Explain yourself. Honest to God, so much could have been stopped here if you had explained to us anything. So explain yourself before you take any further action.
This is Cosmo's new body, her avatar. Was never hooked up to things. I was only using it to explain our records that which you found on.
Thank God, because if that gets hooked into whoever she is, then you're hooking the fucking entity into that being.
I'm leaving now.
No.
And the rope's still
Jen will
attached.
try and stop you.
Well,
Look.
Well, I'm not trying to stop you. I'm following you.
Yeah, no, Dan is trying to intercept. He's trying to stop Teldon.
What's Parinath doing?
Destroying stuff, I'd assume.
Why is Daddy still acting so weird?
Parinath at this point is probably breaking things and sobbing still.
So nobody went with Rose and the baby that will be born soon?
Parinath kind of realizes this now.
Well,
Lets out an angered hiss and starts flying after the ambulance.
Well, here's the problem. Big problems here, and that's, yeah. Anyway.
So Parinath is now following the ambulance.
Okay. Okay, and Teldon is AFK.
Yeah, but Dan will try and intercept. Do you want me to roll anything for that?
You're trying to intercept Teldon.
Yeah, from the pad, because again, as far as he is concerned, entity equals bad. Things related to entity bad must be destroyed.
Well, he told you this thing.
Yeah, he did say that it wasn't connected. It was separate.
Do I really trust him at this point?
Do you? That's
That's your call, man.
I know, and that's what I'm saying, is that at this point, he's like, we need to stop now and understand what the hell is going on before we hook anything up and we don't know what's hooked up to what. And frankly, he's terrified. He has never been this scared in his entire life.
And you're covered in blood still.
Yeah. I mean, let me list off the things that have impacted him thus far. He has no magic, no psionics. He has been tossed around a ship as it crashed into the ground. He has had to face, as far as he's concerned, a supernatural entity. He had to go head to head with a person he considered an ally. He has been trapped in a suitcase for trying to stop
No,
them
no, no.
from-
It's a carpet bag.
in a carpet
Yeah.
bag for trying
Yeah,
to stop
Dad's having a bit of a day, isn't
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. He is beyond terrified at this point and will take no chances whatsoever with what meager resources he may have.
Mm.
There's my logic right there. It may sound overwhelming, but yeah.
Okay.
And Chauncey's
Sorry, I don't mean to go
following
off. It's just
Teldon.
everything going on.
Okay, so Teldon goes through the face pad.
Can you stop him?
You would probably end up getting squished by.
Well, what's the difference in y'all's strength, for example? What's Teldon's strength?
You don't want to know.
Yeah, and I've got 18 SDC. He'd probably knock me out of the way. I'd try, and GM,
Look.
and actually Teldon, roll for damage of SDC rolling over my character, because he will do everything
Actually,
he can to stop
there
me.
is a way to do this without, damage being done. Why
Roll
not have
strength?
Teldon roll trust?
That is true. Or
Uh,
hold on. Would Teldon keep going?
Oh yeah, I should roll
Look.
trust intimidate, like stop.
like,
Sorry. Can I still have that? That's not.
Well, the
That's the
thing
thing.
is, actually, as soon as you step on that face pad to go and stop them, you get teleported yourself.
Whoopsie!
I want you to listen to me very closely. I'm listening.
So you're saying that
Yeah.
that I do that?
The face pad, he's like right there, inches away from the face pad. The only way to stop him would be to step on top of the face pad. And it
I guess
automatically activates when you get on top of it.
Okay.
I
More
want you to
bad
listen
things.
very
He
carefully
throws
to
up
me.
as the teleport happens.
And he comes through a second later.
I'm just sort of still waiting to listen to what are the important words he has to say.
But you saw the thing activate as he accidentally stepped on it.
Well, that quieted him down.
Epic fail.
Look. Yeah, I'll roll the thing up. I'll roll the thing onto the pad and.
Yeah, it teleports you on top of Dan.
Or once it's clear, presumably there's a fail-safe in, but
By the way,
Wanna-
Dan, you're right outside of Cosmo.
And does he appear like right next to me?
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
I guess we'll pick up where he left off. Look, man, we don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know what the hell is going on. This is probably the worst day I have had, and I've had some shitty days, let me tell you. We need to stop and understand what the hell is going on before we do anything more at all.
Help me get this body onto the
I
ship.
can actually attest
No.
for this bit. He showed me these designs long before we ever even knew of Archie.
Well, I don't trust it.
I won't
Let's-
activate it. I
this-
just want to get out of the
He's
factory.
getting it out of there, and I can attest that this is safe. While we have not been able to have faith in Teldon, I'm sure you have at least some faith remaining in me.
I do, but what's to say this entity or whatever didn't do something to that or access that remotely?
The only thing that can access that is its designated target if the designs I saw were correct, which is a interesting subject that I've pieced together from what Teldon has been telling Parinath, but not anyone else. You know I eavesdrop all the time, Teldon.
And
Teldon is
Dad at
rolling,
this point
rolling
is
the
he will
the
not
graph.
stand aside because he's like, I trust you, but I can't take any kind of chances now. I've got nothing. I literally all I've got is to stand in front of you guys. I can't stop you.
What you've got is the fact that you have people who don't want you to get in front of them. They don't want you to risk your life for theirs. And the thing is while it is appreciated, it's not a necessity as of this moment.
Right now,
What you need to do is you need to recover, seeing as you've had, like you said, one of the shittiest days you've ever had. So what I recommend to you is you go home and you do as you really need to do and get some rest. You're killing yourself out here for us when, simply put, killing yourself isn't necessary.
okay. Just let me get this thing aboard, and I guess we should
And,
go find.
and he'll say, fine, what the fuck do I care? And he'll walk away, storming off, and he'll be headed towards the hospital, walking.
Okay, I'll be along shortly.
And as
Okay.
he's walking away, and again, this is in character, and I don't want anyone to take offense to this, he'll flip you guys off. He's gone.
See you later, Dan.
Hello, I was
Yeah.
trying to go after him.
Well,
I'll just be on
The-
board, Cosmo. Yeah.
here's the thing. I need to discuss some things with you, in which we'll probably have to do this over the week at some point, because this will be something
I
that
don't want.
super long,
I'll just.
and that's the idea of the contract.
Yeah, and basically, Parinath witnesses the birth of a baby boy.
Does it look?
Ooh.
Are they reacting as if it is healthy?
It's crying.
Parinath is also crying.
And we'll end the session there.
Whew! All right. That was
Is stream cut
fun.
off?
Are we clear?
I am hitting stop streaming now. Thank you, anyone, for watching, and
See you later.